exactly 9:30. Please bear with us. Thank you. Good morning once again. We are ready to start our program. A warm welcome to the Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum, especially the Zimbabwe in-country session. DRIF this year is being held under the theme towards a digitally inclusive and rights respecting Zimbabwe. A few housekeeping rules. In terms of COVID protocols, please let us remember to mask up, sanitize where possible. We have a sanitizer here, especially when you touch the mic as it is going around. And of course, observe social distancing. The conveniences to our left as we walk out, the gents is further ahead. This session will be live streamed. And of course, we have a photographer that's taking photos. So please, if you have any reservations, let us know if you don't want to be photographed or to be filmed. In terms of Wi-Fi, we should be displaying the password shortly. We'll display it somewhere around the room. But above all, really, it's a warm welcome and asking everyone to be present, active, and I hope that you all have an enjoyable time. Before we start our program, we'll go into a quick round of introductions. But before that, may I please have a volunteer to lead us in a brief word of prayer? Any volunteers? No volunteer. Thank you. Please pass her the mic.
Let us bow our heads in prayer. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Lord Jesus, we thank you for this beautiful morning. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you that you all arrived safely. Lord, we thank you that you are here with us. We ask that your Holy Spirit would guide the proceedings here. We pray that you would protect us and you would guide us through. Would you open our hearts and would you open our brains to be able to understand and create meaningful discussions with one another. We ask all of this to Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you very much. We're now going through the introductions and I'll start. My name is Bulanda Nkowani and I work as a Senior Programs Officer with Paradigm Initiative. I work out of their Lusaka office. And this morning, really, my role would be that of moderator and taking us through the agenda. Please proceed. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Vinyama Chiwenyika. I am a Managing Director at Springer Publishing. I'm here as a speaker later on, and I'd also like to hear what we're talking about here.
Good morning to you all. My name is Chiwoneso Kanoyangwa, and I'm coming from the Center for Community Development in Zimbabwe, CCDZ.
Good morning. My name is Blessmo Wodzi. I'm part of Paradigm Initiative, and I'm the rapporteur. Welcome.
Morning all, my name is Crispin Tabura, Choice Media Africa.
Good morning, my name is Wallace Mawiri, writing for the Pan-African Visions Online.
Good morning, my name is Divine Dube from the Zimbabwe Center for Media and Information Literacy.
Good morning, my name is Watanaibara, representing Zimbabwe.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Molonke Richard. I'm coming from Bloggers of Zambia in Lusaka. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Njabulo Ncube. I'm from the Zimbabwe National Editors Forum.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Batana Mtasa. I'm with the Media Monitors.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Titus Mangoma from the National Association of Non-Governmental Organizations, NANGO. Thank you.
Morning. My name is Jasper Maposa. I am with the Zimbabwe Media Commission as the Deputy Chairperson, and I work with the Community Voices Zimbabwe as the Director.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nkosi Kona Sibanda. I'm with the Media Institute of Zimbabwe.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pamela Mpofu. I am with the Center for Innovation and Technology, as well as JSNet.
Good morning. My name is Agnes Shindemba, and I'm from Deaf Women Included. And I'm Abigail Magwenzi, sign language interpreter.
Good morning, everyone. I'm with the Media Alliance of Zimbabwe, but I also volunteer for the Women's Coalition of Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Takay Zatafire, and I work with Youth Empowerment and Transformation Trust, yet I'm the Democracy and Governance Officer there.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Tendai Musquera. I work with Business Times as well as Ndau Radio.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Takuja Kamba with Journalism Students Network Zimbabwe.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shakespeare Amauska, a member of Parliament for Warren Park constituents. I'm a member of ICT Committee, Portfolio Committee of Parliament. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Betty Mwenyu from Parliament.
Morning, everyone. I'm Beta Bobo, Parliament staff.
Morning, everyone. It's Everson Mishara from the NGO Forum.
Good morning to you all. Chikokwa Sharon is my name. I'm a freelance journalist.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lynette Manzini. I'm a freelance journalist.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tobegile Matimbe from Paradigm Initiative.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nyasham Gabiko. I'm with Magamba Network.
Morning, everyone. My name is Kudzai Nawashe. I'm with the Content Creators Network of Zimbabwe.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tinotenda Mnemo from Ignite Youth Organization.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Isaac Matisanazo from Ignite Youth Organization.
Thank you. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Oniombo Fono from Bloggers of Zambia. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those introductions. It's great to have a sense of who is in the room this morning. I'll now call upon Kosikona Sivanda, who will give us some welcome remarks. And immediately after, we'll have Tobekile Matimbe, who is our host this morning, and also a community manager at Paradigm Initiative, to also give us some remarks. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. All right, so my name is Nkosi Konasbanda. I work with the Media Institute of Southern Africa, the Zimbabwean chapter. So as I'm giving these remarks, I want you to think about a few things, even as the day progresses. When we talk about digital rights, let's think about these few things. People at the center, sustainability of internet use, solidarity and inclusion, safety and security, participation, as well as freedom of choice. So you might be asking yourself why the conversation about digital rights is important. So in the past few years, if you look at the way the world has been working, you look at how COVID-19 has changed our work environments, the learning environment, you see that a lot of people got to migrate onto the internet, and a lot of services we were accessing on the ground, we were now accessing through the internet. And it posed a lot of internet-related threats. For example, you have an increase in cyber crimes, you have an increase in cyberbullying, and then in a broader space, you have governments shutting down the internet. So this conversation comes at a very important time because the growth of ICT tools or ICT usage and internet is increasing in Africa. I think if we look at the third quarter 2020 report from Portras, they indicated that internet penetration in Zimbabwe had increased to, I think it's 59%. So this just gives you a picture of how internet usage is growing. So as much as internet usage is growing, we need to also have this important conversation about how we take on the fundamental rights that we have on the ground onto the digital spaces in which we work. And just look at how ICT tools are being used in communication. Just look at how ICT tools are being used in democratic spaces. So these are all spaces that exist and where we get to practice some of the rights that we have. And it is very important that as we are having these deliberations throughout the day, we think about the key points that I mentioned: sustainability of internet use, safety and security, inclusion, freedom of choice, participation, solidarity, and people at the center. People have to be at the center of digital rights. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Everyone is looking a bit quiet and the room is a bit still. Is everybody okay today? Is everybody fine? All right, that's great, fantastic. My name is Takay Zatafire. I've already been introduced. I'm the community manager at Paradigm Initiative. And Paradigm Initiative is an organization that is working across Africa to advance digital rights and digital inclusion. And at our heart really is to see communities in Africa develop and flourish and enjoy their digital rights, and also be included when we're talking about digital technologies or ICTs and things like that. So this is a very interesting convening that we're having today. Is under the banner of the Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum. You might be wondering, in case you've never participated in the Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum, what is the Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum? And my role today in my remarks is to basically unpack what DRIF is all about, so that you're able to appreciate it, and hopefully in the coming year, you'll be again able to join us, be it virtually or in whichever spaces will be hosting this event. And I'm also going to touch on the objectives of why we're doing this, and also introduce to you our collaborative partners that we're working with to host this event today. And I also intend to also say a few remarks to just unpack why towards a digitally inclusive and rights respecting Africa, and bringing it closer to home towards a digitally inclusive and rights respecting Zimbabwe. So just to kickstart that whole conversation that I've just given you the bullet points of what I want to talk about. The Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum basically is a convening where we gather diverse stakeholders to be able to interrogate the issues that we're facing as a community when we're talking about digital rights and digital inclusion. And at the very center of that conversation, it is critical that we unpack what are digital rights, or what is digital inclusion, because what I have personally experienced or noted is that there is a misconception that this is a different conversation from the human rights conversation. And yet it's not a divorced conversation, but really when we're looking at digital rights and digital inclusion, we are saying that in terms of international standards, we have freedom of expression, and we have as well, access to information is a right that is due to us as humans. We also have privacy that we need safeguarded. And in the event of any breach of that privacy, or breach of access to information, or breach of that freedom of expression, we have violations. And what we will be saying is that all the rights that we enjoy offline, we need to be able to also equally enjoy those rights online. We are in a digital age. So you find that these are some of the issues that we'll be interrogating when we are gathering under the banner of the Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum. So this is the 9th edition of the Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum. And what has been happening in the past is that we used to convene in Nigeria, and Paradigm Initiative is headquartered in Nigeria, but we have offices across, and we're a Pan-African organization. And of course, with the pandemic, everyone had to think on their toes. And thankfully, this conversation we're having today about, digital technologies or digital inclusion, you find that the use of ICT, the use of the internet enabled us to be able to continue to host DRIF in some format, which is hybrid. So what we have been doing is since 2021, we've managed to, convene DRIF on Zoom, online, and similarly in 2022, we've also had a convening which started, 12 April to 14 April online, and we gathered, over 500 people from across Africa and beyond. We hosted sessions, and I'm happy to say that there's someone here who hosted a panel at that event. And I'm sure at some point he might allude to it or speak to it, but we had a good conversation, driven by community voices as well as a voice that was coming in from Zimbabwe, and also adding, their voice on an international platform like that. And what the objective is for us to be able to together couch meaningful strategies and actions that will best shape the environment within which we are operating, that will best couch the direction, and also foster an environment that promotes freedom of expression, access to information, and privacy. Of course, bringing it back home, you find that our constitution avails us those rights, but does not specifically stipulate freedom of expression online. It just talks about that as a right that we have as Zimbabwean citizens. And that is critical. We do have freedom of expression, or at least we hope we do. We have access to information, and also we have privacy that is protected within the Constitution, drawing as well from Article 9 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. So this conversation we are having today, we are key stakeholders in this conversation for digital rights and digital inclusion. So let me say officially, you are welcome to this conversations and engagements. Feel free to begin to think, how can we foster as a community a digitally inclusive and a rights respecting Zimbabwe? How can we do it? As a stakeholder, what is your role to play? And as a stakeholder, can you engage better to ensure that we have a space that is inclusive for everyone? So that is very pertinent, and that is very critical. And to do this, we are not doing it alone as Paradigm Initiative. We have already heard from Mr. Zimbabwe, one of our partners. We also have Media Alliance of Zimbabwe, and we have Digital Age Conversations. So these key partners today have also brought in panels that are going to be able to interrogate some of the issues, unpack some of the issues that we are facing as a country. And also, you will be invited to also throw in your wisdom, to also throw in your voice and share ideas, because the objective of this forum is for us to have a multi-sectoral approach to dealing with the problems that we're facing. Or if you're saying perhaps that, oh no, maybe we don't have problems, then perhaps how can we be better? So allow me now to just unpack why towards a digitally inclusive and rights respecting Africa. If you look back into history, you will know that it took somebody a number of kilometers perhaps to walk and deliver a message. Perhaps somebody would have to walk on foot to travel to Bulawayo from Harare to deliver a message. But thankfully, in the digital age, with the coming into effect of the internet, in the comfort of your place of choice, you have the ability to communicate and get a response. Let's look at technology as as something that we have been empowered with. We have a smartphone, or we own smartphones, we own laptops. But specifically, when you're looking at smartphones, you are able to call somebody and get a response immediately. If you have a breakdown somewhere, you're able to communicate, right? Because you have a smartphone. If we're looking at the COVID-19 pandemic, those who are in a place of privilege were able to access education because people were not going to school, but we know very well in our context that there's something called online education, or children that were in schools that were able to offer them online learning were able to learn using technology. Of course, parents had to secure iPads, laptops, and things like that, and ensure that they had access to affordable, internet or Wi-Fi or data that they could be able to connect on the internet. So what that tells you is that in that whole conversation, you need to think, who doesn't have that iPad? Who doesn't have that smartphone? Who is not connected because the cost of data is so high and prohibitive? And when you begin to interrogate that thought process, you will realize that we do have gaps, even if we want to pretend that we do not. We do have gaps, and those gaps need to be spotlighted. And I believe that we are the right community that can be able to interrogate those issues and make lasting solutions. We need to ensure that no one is left behind. So this is why we are saying towards, because we have not reached the end goal. We are working towards something. The question is, how do we get there? These are the things that we want to be able to, to flag out in this conversation or in this convening today. We need to hear, what are your thoughts around this? What should we do to shape the space? We need to interrogate policy. Do we have sufficient policy that enables us to be able to be, inclusive when you're talking about digital inclusion? Remember, when I started speaking, I talked about 3 things: freedom of expression, access to information, and privacy online. Do we have the right legislative framework that allows us that, as we are in the comfort of our spaces, speaking or communicating, are we safe? Are we safe on online spaces when we are creating content? Because I know we have got content creators here. Are we safe? Is our privacy online safeguarded? These are the things we need to be probing. We can also look at the developments internationally. We have in 2021 a general comment on children's rights in the digital age. And it has specified certain things. I did mention that we do have others who are fortunate enough to be online and they are children. What are the safeguards to make sure their privacy is protected online? They access the relevant information. So if we refer to that general comment, we will realize, colleagues, that there's a lot of work that we need to do. There's a lot of capacity we need to give when we're engaging with parents and teachers across board to ensure that we have a rights respecting Africa, to also ensure that we have what it takes to include everyone. I will end by referring to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights Declaration on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information, which lays out, and I urge everyone in this room to interact with that, if not yet. It unpacks what we are discussing today. It will give you the roadmap of where you can fit in. That declaration will tell you the importance of the internet and explain to you that in achieving freedom of expression and access to information, we need that internet to be secure and safe, not just for children in marginalized communities, but also for the media as they perform their role. Not just for the media, for everyone. The internet is for everyone. It enables us to enjoy those rights as well that we enjoy offline. So as we reflect today, enjoy yourselves, enjoy the conversations, interact with the panelists, But remember, our focus is essentially towards a digitally inclusive and rights-respecting Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Towekile, for those remarks and for laying the foundation. I'm happy to announce that refreshments are ready. They've been served outside. So I invite everyone to please grab a tea, coffee, and whatever you can, and we will be back at exactly 10:02. So we are back at 10:05. Welcome back. I hope we are feeling energized. You need mics? Okay, no, they'll bring them. Before we proceed, I would like to recognize the presence of Honorable Shakespeare Hamauswa from the Parliament of Zimbabwe, who sits under the ICT Portfolio Committee. Are we ready? Okay. So without further ado, we'll soon get into the first session of the day, which is a panel discussion. It's titled Digital Inclusion and Human Rights Imperative. This is being hosted by Towekile from Paradigm Initiative, and I'll also allow her to introduce her panelists. May we please have mics at the front? Towekile, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Allow us to dive into a conversation flowing from the earlier remarks that is, dear to my heart, and I'm sure dear to colleagues who are here on stage. And today we want to talk about digital inclusion as a human rights imperative. Can we do without it, or we need it? So with me to unpack digital inclusion as a human rights imperative, I have 3 panelists here who are going to take us through some of the lived realities, the challenges. And I will start with Jasper Maposa, and I'll allow him to introduce himself. So feel free to tell us briefly about yourself, the organization you're representing at this point, and we'll take it from there. Over to you.
Thank you, Tore. Like she's indicated,
My name is Jasper Maposa. I am the director for an organization called Community Voices Zimbabwe. And I'm also a media lecturer at Great Zimbabwe University. Because of those portfolios, I happen to be the deputy chairperson for the Zimbabwe Media Commission. So these are interlocking responsibilities which are relevant at this platform, I think. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You are wearing 3 roles, being part of the commission, the Zimbabwe Media Commission as a vice chairperson, but you're also speaking on this panel, drawing from Community Voices as director as well for Community Voices. So we appreciate that. And we would love to draw as well from your expertise, as a part of the academia as well. So welcome to you. And we're looking forward to hearing how you view things, your perspectives. And I will hand over to Agnes Shindemba to also introduce herself. She is from Deaf Women Included, but I will not dive into it, lest I leave something else, which is very essential. I love people to introduce themselves in the best way they feel.
Okay, my name is Agnes Shindemba, and I work at Deaf Women Included. What we do is like we focus on human rights, like on inclusive when it comes to girls and women with disabilities, like on services. We have to make sure that we empower our communities and they will help girls and women with disabilities to be inclusive. That's the main work that we do as Deaf Women Included.
Thank you so much for that. I will ask somebody to assist us with that microphone, but thank you so much for that. And it's a pleasure to have you here to just also bring in a perspective, because most of the time we have a conversation on digital inclusion and we do not reflect on the lived realities as well of persons with disabilities. So we thank you for being on this panel to also shed light on what are the lived realities when we're looking at digital inclusion as a human rights imperative. Allow me to welcome a friend and colleague of Paradigm Initiative, Richard Mlonga from Zambia here, and I will allow him to also introduce himself and where he's from and the organization he's representing. So over to you.
Thank you very much, moderator. And good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mulonga Richard. I work for an organization called Bloggers of Zambia. We are from Lusaka. Our work is very similar to Paradigm and a lot of work that I had in the introductions. So we work on themes. That is one, internet governance, but we focus on internet law and policy issues and other digital rights matters. We also work around the issues to do with press freedom and media rights, and also creative content. So in Zambia, we have been leading a campaign that we call Open Space. So it's a campaign where we've been convening, doing advocacy, capacity building of various stakeholders, including parliamentarians, on internet law and policy in Zambia, try to influence internet law. I think you have heard in Zambia about Data Protection Act, Cyber Crimes, Cyber Security, Cyber Crimes Act, and other ICT laws. So we have been doing a lot of work around that, and also we have followed what is happening in Zimbabwe, like how we are trying to engage as stakeholders to influence internet law and policy, digital inclusion issues, internet access, especially women and girls, and the urban rural inequality and all those things. So we're happy to be here to just learn from what we call Southern Rhodesia. And also, we also bring our perspectives and just to see how we can just, be able to be part of the digital transformation in Africa. Thank you.
Welcome, and thank you so much, Richard, for coming. And I know you came with somebody else as well, all the way from Lusaka. It's a pleasure to have you here. And I'm sure colleagues will also love to exchange notes with you at some point and to exchange notes with the rest of the panelists here. So without wasting much time, I know time is of the essence. When we're talking about digital inclusion and what are the gaps, what are the issues, and when we're talking about digital exclusion, so to speak, excluded from which kind of platforms, which technologies. So just feel free to shoot from any direction. I think I've just brought this big chunk of a question. Over to you.
Thank you. So it's easier because you broadened the scope of my lecture, my intervention at this stage. So when we are gathered here to talk about digital inclusion, it means there's also digital exclusion, because we want to move towards where citizens from their varied backgrounds, they are also included in the digital public sphere. The broader aspect is that we know that the online life or the digital life is also synonymous with our online lives. If anything, the online life has actually made life a bit easier. But if we take that uncritically, we may celebrate while there are other people who are being thrown on the peripheries of the discursive platforms in Zimbabwe or civic and political life. Because the digital tools themselves, there's the politics of the technology itself. Who has the technology? Who can be digitally included? And what stage? What kind of technology enhances meaningful participation of these citizens on the platforms? So there's a cost that comes to it. And if we look at the lived realities of Zimbabwe, we know the dual enclave economy, where the urban develops at the expense of the rural. This has been a historical legacy, that has always been there, which was still trying to break, albeit with some challenges. So now comes the digital revolution, where we are talking about freedom of expression and freedom of the media, as enshrined in the Constitution, and also access to information. So the tools themselves, they are a vehicle or an avenue for people to materially realize or enjoy their constitutionally given rights. And these rights, if we look at them, they are interconnected, intertwined, and interlocked. The moment you fail to meaningfully participate in the civic affairs of your country, it also follows that other rights that ought to accrue to you, like even socio-economic rights, they also fall short. We have a digital era in which business is also done online. And the digital technologies also depend on electricity. The country is still grappling with the rural electrification program. So when we have erratic power supply, it means that for one, in a rural setup, let's say Zenda mine, the Zenda area, the Gokwe, North Nembudzia, where even you struggle to partake in transaction like on EcoCash because of connectivity challenges. And we must know also that the service providers in terms of online, on the online spaces, they do it as a business. And there has to be a business logic to that. And that fact that there has to be, it's a profit-oriented motive. And when we are talking about allowing people to enjoy their rights, human rights, I think the African leaders on the onset of our independence, they actually say that democracy comes at a cost too high for Africa. And now we are independent. And for us to democratize and to make sure that we enliven the Bill of Rights as espoused in Chapter 4 of the Constitution, most of those things will be relegated to wishful thinking when we look at the lived realities. When we are also on those online spaces, we are saying whose voice is prominent, because there are voices there. Who is generating content? Because these are platforms that survive on user-generated content. Who is actively generating content, and who is not active? Who is just a passive participant in terms of those platforms? So elite participation is also prevalent. We see people with the technological advantages and the economic advantages gaining prominence on the digital platforms. And the language also of the digital platforms. What kind of language do we have? What kind of languages and communities that we have in Zimbabwe? Which languages do they speak? Because for them to meaningfully participate, they also have to be an issue of the language which is used on the digital platforms. So these are some of the things that we found. And also, critically, COVID-19, when it erupted or when it emerged, it brought to the fore a number of issues that we also witness on our offline lives. The first thing that I would like to talk of is the aspect of disinformation, misinformation, and fake news. Who has the ability to discern what is fake? For you to know what is fake, you have to be exposed to a wide array of information. And we know even the mainstream media, because of the rural-urban divide, there are areas that we do not have. Even the television or radio stations, there's areas which still lack information. And for you to interact with the content online, you need to be in a position to discern what's fake and what's not fake. So we also see the propagation of fake news, disinformation, and misinformation, which to people who lack information can be termed as alternative realities or alternative reality. So these are some of the things that when we had a program in Berengwa where we are working with some communities as Community Voices Zimbabwe. And what the people said there is that while the National Development Strategy is talking about a digital economy, there are no mechanisms in place to make sure that there is active and meaningful participation of the digitally disconnected or those who are on the peripheries of the digital life. How are they going to participate? So it's something that is good, but while it is going to enhance a certain class of people, it's also going to relegate other people more to the peripheries of the civic, economic, and political life of the country. There is a case in which some people were enticed by this or by the allure of the diaspora. There are adverts that are posted online. And a person in such a rural area who is grappling for the littlest opportunity that presents itself, you fall prey to those people who masquerade as genuine opportunities. There are people who are in Oman, who are crying, people from Berengwa, for that matter, they are there. In as much as in the urban centers also they fall prey. But I think it's more ominous in terms of the rural areas rather than the urban areas because of lack of exposure to a wide array of information in the rural area. So I think we engage further to that. So I just thought of an helicopter approach. Thank you.
Thank you for that helicopter approach. I like the use of that term, helicopter approach, because you are spraying everywhere, touching on all the, the loose ends and the gaps and things like that. And I like what you mentioned about the National Development Strategy 1 at NDS 1. And how it focuses, growth in, ICT's development brings in digital economy, which is developing and things like that. Very nice NDS one. But today we want to discuss, the lived realities, and I like the fact that you've alluded to that NDS one. And I think it's some area that we can look at and continue to monitor to what extent NDS one is being achieved in our country. And I hope colleagues here can also be part of that process. But definitely we applaud, the ministry for coming up with that, the government for coming up with that strategy, which is running from 2021 to 2025, I think. And I like the fact that it does speak to it. It's a positive step, a positive development that we definitely acknowledge in this forum. Yeah, but you touch on critical things that are being, experienced by people, rural communities, marginalized communities. You mentioned Gokwe, you've mentioned Berengwa, and what is happening in those areas. And one key thing that has come out, popped out for me is the role of the private sector in this conversation as well, to come on board at least, and not just focus on business, but also to ensure that we have, broadband access for communities that are marginalized. And you've touched on the issue of rural electrification, which is critical because you've brought in a new dimension of how electricity is also, key to this conversation, especially when we're talking about internet access. It's not only access to affordable data, but also what about electricity? I would love to hear responses from participants here, what they think as well around this issue, whether we should also continue to advocate for electricity as a key fundamental, I'll say right carefully, and hear your responses at a later stage. But thank you so much for unpacking those issues. You've mentioned issues to do with elite participation and how we have economic, advancements that are really, for those who are privileged really, and on the other hand, it's economic deprivation for others when you look at it, and violates fundamental rights. Okay, that's a loaded conversation, helicopter approach. I will refer now to Agnes, to just take us through some of the lived realities. We've heard about what's being experienced in rural communities, places like Berengwa, Gokwe. I'm sure there's many other areas being covered by community voices. What is your perspective, not just from Deaf Women Included perspective, but broadly speaking, what are the issues, that persons with disabilities are facing? Do we have inclusion when we're talking about, digital technologies? Or is this a conversation which is happening, without recognizing that persons with disabilities have rights to just like everybody else? Thank you, Jasper. Take it away.
I want to talk about people with disabilities, the same people with in towns, in farms, in mining areas, in Zimbabwe, and all these. So most of them, they are really marginalized because they have information, but for some, maybe they miss the information. They have the biggest challenges that they have is full access to information is not found, because people with disabilities, maybe some might be having, for instance, a phone, but they don't know softwares to use on their gadgets so that they can easily access. And others, maybe they will just say, it's easy, we can just have it, and then we just copy it, but they don't know the challenges that they face when they just download some of these things on the internet. And sometimes people, when you think about computers, it's not everyone who is well versed with computers, who are illiterate. Some of the people with disabilities, they didn't even go to school, and they don't even know how to operate a computer, and they don't even know how to go online. So for them to get access, they will say it's easy. Maybe if we just go to town, I will just go and pay $1, and then I can access internet, maybe in an internet cafe. But yes, when you're done, some people, they may use the information that you have left on the internet cafe. Why? Because you're not skilled enough to know how to use these gadgets. So these are the problems that people may face. And as well, when we talk about data, we know here in Zimbabwe, most people with disabilities, you see that most of them, they are vendors. They say airtime. Maybe if they have this $1, then they buy this at 92 cents, for instance, and then they sell it at $1. So the profit that they get, what do they use it? Most of them, you find that they see that it's very expensive for them to buy data, because the profit margins that they have, they're very little. So some of them, they say, you sell airtime, but why is it that you're not connected on social media? But people don't understand that it's very expensive for someone to do that because of the work that they do. It's very expensive to buy a data or for $1 because the profit margins that they get is very little. So there are so many barriers when it comes to people with disabilities for them to be online. And others do not have the ability to connect online. For example, maybe the people who come from the families with a disability, like for instance, in my family, for instance, there's no radio because they know that I cannot hear. Like recently, there was information that was being disseminated when it comes to COVID, but it's difficult for them to know or to hear because these people, they don't even have the radio, they don't even have the television. So these are some of the barriers when it comes to people with disabilities. Some of them, they do not have access to these radios. And like, for instance, maybe children with disabilities, they don't know like how to use these radios. Maybe for someone who is deaf, uses sign language, but then there is a radio. Then that becomes a barrier because they cannot hear what's being broadcasted on the radio. So, or maybe some would want to learn slowly and they want to ask questions, but then because of the disability, they cannot access the radio or the television so that they can ask questions on how some certain things must be done. And as well, maybe for some maybe you want to buy these softwares outside, but you have to buy, you must have a Visa card to buy these softwares to use for online. But then some people don't even know how to use these Visa cards. So they as well, they are thieves who will use that. They will say, come, I will pay for you online, and then you buy the software. But then you are now a victim of cyberbullying. And some people, maybe after that has happened, they will start quarreling, and a lot of these things might happen. These are some of the barriers that people face. There is no access. And as well, there is no money so that these people can continue to support their communities. When it comes maybe to people with disabilities, we want to support many communities, but then there is also a challenge of money. Maybe sometimes you want to do awareness programs, but then it's very difficult for these people with disabilities to access these because the services, people with disabilities, sometimes they say you have to do it like over and over and over again, but then issues to do with access are the major barriers when it comes to digital platforms.
Wow, thank you, Agnes, for unpacking that. Another helicopter spray. I'm piggybacking off your phrase, Jasper. I'll dwell on this for the rest of the session. So yes, thank you so much for unpacking that and unpacking, the extent of digital exclusion, because when I'm hearing you, clearly what we are unpacking really are critical issues, lived realities, where we have, the lack of access to assistive devices for persons with disabilities. We have, expensive data, and I know our colleagues, Mrs. Zimbabwe, have been running with that Data Must Fall campaign, and it's a critical conversation that we need to, have, and we need to interrogate these issues and see how we can meaningfully as well ensure that persons with disabilities are included when we are talking about the use of digital technologies. And you also touched not only on persons with disabilities, but you also touched on children with disabilities as well. And I'm also just, thinking around, how education has been, especially for children with disabilities during the pandemic. And I think it's a critical conversation that we need to have, and how it's expensive generally for anyone to be able to engage in any meaningful social media activity, especially when we're looking at persons with disabilities, a huge gap. And I'm hoping that by the end of this conversation, we'll kind of spotlight some of the key recommendations And I know we've got, the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee here represented, and I'm sure they are also taking note, and possibly they have, ideas as well of interventions that can also best assist and ensure that everyone is included, which is what we really want to see. So thank you so much for unpacking that. I'll circle back to you at a later stage. Wow, okay, so we've kind of had a good view of what some of the issues are in our country, and I'm sure colleagues here who are following this conversation might also have similar experiences or something to add to this conversation. But it'll be interesting for us to also get another perspective of what the extent of inclusion is, or exclusion, whichever way you feel like tackling it. So Richard, I'll just ask you to come in and bring in that comparative perspective, so that we're able to see how is it in Zambia, and does anything that the panelists have flagged out resonate with your context, or perhaps we can learn as well from Zambia in terms of how we can improve some of our issues.
Thank you very much. So it's like yeah. So I mentioned Rhodesia in my introduction deliberately, yeah, because at the end of the day, you realize that at some point we were one country, the Federation of Rhodesia and Nyasaland. And then even issues of who owns the Victoria Falls, of which between Zimbabwe and Zambia, which one has a better view of the Victoria Falls? But I think Zambia is the owner of the Vic Falls. So, it's the same thing when it comes to digital inclusion issues, barriers to digital inclusion, or what are the drivers to this digital exclusion that we're talking about. And I think the other panelists have adequately covered the issues, and I can confirm that the issues that you're experiencing in Zimbabwe here are the same, of issues of affordability, not only of the internet, okay, but also of the gadgets to access the internet. Yeah, we understand the global economy is not doing fine, and even our economies are not doing fine. So the priority when it comes to even the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, or just even in our homes, whether a family would want first of all an individual to spend on data bundle or to buy relish. So find that they will spend first on the accommodation and others, and then internet access is very at the bottom there. It's very expensive, even in Zambia. Internet is very expensive, especially as you decentralize away from what we call the line of rail, from the seat, as you further go in the villages, because the poorer the situation gets. Okay. Also, affordability, especially for women and girls, who we already know that they are among the marginalized groups in our society. Like even their income is low compared to their male counterparts. So those are some of the dynamics when it comes to accessibility in Zambia. But also the issues of accessibility are similar, and they are real even in Zambia, where the quality of service from providers, telcos and internet service providers, sometimes they are oversubscribed, and we pay expensive data, and you take it on and on and on and on to open a Google account. Accessibility, as you decentralize from the cities to the rural areas, is a challenge. So you can see that accessibility and affordability are connected. As you go to the rural areas of Zambia, the quality of phone service is poor, the quality of internet service is poor, and you find that the majority of the people that are in the countryside have been left behind. They are offline. And in Zambia, and I think even in Zimbabwe, our authorities are taking their services online. They roll out of e-government, the registration of companies, paying of taxes, applying for driving licenses, and everything else that you want from the government, paying land rates and all that is done online. And coupled with the COVID-19 situation of social distancing, and digital interaction, you find that a lot of people have been left behind because they cannot access the government offices because they are closed, there's COVID. And then they live in a rural area where the quality of internet service is poor. So I find that they can't even follow what is happening in current affairs. They can't follow what is happening with the COVID-19 situation, they're behind. And that is a very big challenge for us because access to information is a human right. Access to information is a freedom of expression issue. And freedom of expression should not only be enjoyed by those who have access to the internet. So internet access is a human right itself as a result. So you'll be able to see that. Also in Zambia, we've got issues of online security, like the internet of trust. Many citizens do not trust the internet because of various reasons. Some are myths, some are just because of lack of literacy. Literacy levels are low. So people do not trust, for example, even platforms that we use to access, platforms in the fintech, in the financial technology. People do not want to use, for example, mobile money to transact during COVID. They think that someone is going to steal their money. They don't want to access the e-government services because they think that someone has got unauthorized access to their data. So a lot of people would rather not interact or transact using the internet because they think that it is not a safe and secure place. When it comes to social media, actually, the trolling issues are real in Zambia, where some even politicians, including our current vice president, have been bullied and they have suffered the effects of misinformation and malicious propaganda that come with the open internet, the concept of open internet. Also, the lack of internet law and policy has caused a lot of people to be left offline because one, there is not adequate law and policy, for example, to compel service providers to invest in certain regions, because I think I heard the issue of they're profit driven. So they'll go and invest along the line of rail and abandon the rural areas where they think they'll not make money. But if we have adequate internet laws and policies, even the authorities themselves, they would go and invest in those areas where the private sector would not invest. Internet law and policy would compel service providers to ensure that the platforms where we are accessing their services are trusted, they're safe and secure, that the personal data that we use when signing up and everything else does not end up in third parties who can use this data for any other motives. I'll leave it at that for now. I just wanted to gloss through some of the issues that we're dealing with, and then I'll just take you back to the moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Just to kickstart my response or my summing up of what you mentioned, let me put something clear. The Victoria Falls, about the Victoria Falls, right? The best view, I'm sure colleagues in this room agree with me, it's from the Zimbabwean side, right? So I know we'll never agree, Richard. And this reminds me of the jollof wars. When you have Nigerians and Ghanaians, there's a conversation about who makes the best jollof rice. So for here in Southern Africa, our fight is around the Victoria Falls and who owns it with our friends from across the borders in Zambia. But anyway, I'm proud to say that we co-share the Victoria Falls, and I'm sure the best view is from both ends. we can safely leave it at that so that we have good, robust engagements on digital rights and inclusion. Right, so thanks so much for unpacking, the context and sharing that indeed we share similar problems, and for flagging out some of those issues. And I think, Agnes also touched on the issue of safety and security, and, how people, persons with disabilities don't really trust sometimes, getting assisted, especially in internet cafes. They're not so sure who's accessing their data when they've been assisted and things like that. And definitely, I like the fact that you also rounded off with a recommendation, for internet policy and legislation that kind of, ensures safety and security, as well as ensures that service providers as well invest in rural areas to also ensure that we have marginalized communities also having access to the internet. And definitely, I like, that twinning of internet access and affordability, going hand in hand, and how it's important that we have affordable internet so that we have access to the internet for marginalized communities. And even those in the cities are crying about data costs being high. You can imagine what the outcry would be like in marginalized communities, even louder, I presume. So thank you so much. I think we can take the plane and land it now. What next? What are then the recommendations? What is the way forward? We've had the issues before we open it up to any contributions. So I will allow each one of you to just wrap up your remarks and bring us, to what you feel should be the situation, what should be addressed, and by who. If you are saying we need a recommendation to be made, by who? Over to you, Jasper.
Yeah, my recommendations will emanate from the shortcomings that I have spoken to. The first one is that I see there are a lot of civil society organizations who are gathered here, including the government officials or representatives. In terms of digital literacy, I think we have a role to play, all of us. We need to make sure that the online space is as safe, or their safety mechanisms are akin to those ones that exist offline, because the online space have become a simulacrum of the offline space. All the challenges that we face offline have persisted to the online space. Hegemonic masculinities, violence, digital theft, and fake news, disinformation. So we need to bring citizens in these areas into a scope where they can interact with the digital content in a way that is safe. And so we need to work on that, digital literacy. Secondly, the government has to make a deliberate stance informed by the realization that digital rights are human rights. And also informed by the realization that for us to operationalize our constitution and have people who participate in their own governance, we also need to be deliberate about providing relevant infrastructure that will enhance internet service provision to the rural areas. When people lack that, we have democratic deficiencies. It's like someone who is democratically malnourished. So we have to make sure that these people are also strengthened in terms of participating in the platforms at equal levels with those who have provision of internet services. So we need to, and I think there is something like a Universal Services Fund. It will be in the best interest of Zimbabwe that it is administered in a way that reflects affirmative action, a way that reflects an attempt to address the persisting digital or media divide, because both online and offline is still persisting. And also the issue of data is one of those things that if the cost of milling meal escalates and the cost of sugar escalates, I see people crying. I see people picketing. It should be the same thing because physiological needs are important. But for you to be able to meet the demands of those physiological needs like food and what, you also need to be an active participant of the governance processes of your country. And that active participation is now also reflected or enjoyed on the digital platforms. So we don't want people whose stomachs are full, but whose intellectual capacity to engage government is regrettably the more poorer and malnourished. So we need to work on that. So we need to subsidize internet life, just like we subsidize issues of feeding the nation. But in other instances, people donate. So we need also to have such kind of programs, social corporate responsibility towards the digital life. Companies, the corporate world, they have a role to play in this regard. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much for unpacking key recommendations and ensuring everyone is in the mix. A multi-sectoral approach, this is what I'm getting from you, which includes the civil society organizations, raising awareness, training people on how they need to be responsible. Trust me, rights have responsibilities. We are not left to our own will to enjoy our fundamental rights and in the same vein, violate other people's rights. So they definitely come with responsibilities. So it's our role to ensure that we all create a safe online space that is safe and secure. That is very critical, especially when we're looking at aspect of misinformation, disinformation, and to just ensure that even how we engage online does not prohibit others, from also being online. And I like how you also, touch on how government also needs to also acknowledge the importance of digital rights as key to fundamental rights or as human rights issues. And I like, again, the use of the terminologies, just for democratic malnourishment. It's something as well that I'm going to be laboring on today. Democratic malnourishment. I've never heard of that. And I love the sound of that because it kind of captures exactly some of the problems we are facing, not just in Zimbabwe, but in Africa as a continent. And yeah, I think there's need for us to invest in ensuring that people's intellectual capacity is well nourished so that people don't just have, access to food, but for people to have better access even to that food, they need to have the relevant information. They need to also have access to, technologies and things like that. We are in a global village. A lot is happening online, opportunities, education, labor, jobs, and things like that. So, talking about the internet really is a bread and butter issue. So thank you so much for unpacking that. And you also touched on how it is important for people to actively participate in the governance processes in their countries. And to do that, I think as we are moving on, I know Richard touched on e-governance as a concept. And I think similarly in Zimbabwe, we're moving towards that direction. Even the judiciary in Zimbabwe is considering migrating to online platforms to make services more effective. So in that context, I think we are not having a conversation that is lost. We are having a conversation that is well situated, looking at the current developments. So we also need to move towards an inclusive society, because I think more and more it will also be touching on, the importance of access to justice itself. When you're looking at the courts migrating to online platforms, you find that it also touches on, digital literacy, which I think all the panelists here have kind of touched on in one way or the other. So critical conversations. Thank you so much for those recommendations. And I'm sure as well, our government representatives and our colleagues in civil society here have taken note and begun to reflect more on how we can have an enabling environment. Agnes, I'll come back to you. I know maybe some of the things have already been alluded to by the previous speaker, but I know you probably have recommendations as well. How can we then, have that ideal space, and who needs to effect, that recommendation that you probably have for us, or those recommendations you have for us?
Okay, I want to try and use my voice.
So I will try to use my voice. So I was thinking we needed to look at public access computers. How can we make the public access to computers for free? It's better young people, you know. On my way home, I see a lot of younger people at a police station who can be wondering what they will be doing. They will be stealing with because we do not give them access to feel what is put with. So they steal. Everyone knows that they steal in the. Then we are teaching them it is okay to steal as long as what you are stealing, you can be arrested for it. So they steal. But when you give them access to that, basically we will be reaching crime. We have a lot of challenges with the lack of which it just doesn't affect youth without disability one, but some youth with disability, they get to do that because they are idiot. They have nothing else to do. It is one day. You are home, you are under lockdown, you have no access to online, you have no access to entertainment, there is no access. So what are you left to do? You do drugs. So maybe we give younger people access to free what is part with his competence, then maybe we are helping them to think, to find something else to do, not to be idiot. Low-cost option for computer penetration. No, when person penetration a computer for home use, maybe it needs to give some percentage, some incentive, a sort of some bonus that is given to them that will encourage them to buy the computers. Particularly to broadband providers to offer low-cost broadband and that. I think assistive devices for persons with disabilities, they should come without it because they are essential. No, when people see me using a new phone, the first thing they say is, Agnes, yes, man, I don't use any phone because I have man. I use it because it enables me to communicate. It has some software that can enable me to be safe. I will give an example. So I have a friend who is blind. If someone gives a man, let's say maybe $20, she wants to make sure it is actual $20. How does she make sure when she can't see the man? She has a software on her phone. You can't install that software on an Android phone. No. So she needs a phone that can read the man to make sure it is $20. Because maybe you can give her $1 and say, I have given her $20. She has no way of proving that you gave her $20 when you have actually given $1. So we needed to make this gadget accessible so that we are able to participate, to be inclusive, for us to feel that we are safe. I think we needed to train younger people on digital platforms to use it and also to be responsible when using it. Who can be responsible of this training? Ministry of Youth, Ministry of ICT, whoever is responsible for that. Service providers need to be sensitive, give support to persons with disabilities, especially those who give networkers equipment. Tell one. Net one, because these people, they benefit a lot from persons with disability who spend their airtime. So why not give something back to them? Maybe to be trained on terminology. If I go online and all I see is the word like Shilema, both it is here to put me off. Every day, if I go online, I see somewhere else. I have a deaf girl, a deaf and dumb girl. For us being called dumb something, it implies that one is stupid. But basically, we have people who are not deaf, who are stupid. If we are deaf, some more people they read good. You are supposed to be deaf and dumb. Then you go somewhere and tell someone that I am deaf. The best person, someone will ask me, but you don't look stupid. So maybe I am supposed to go around looking stupid for people to believe that I am me. ICT development, government, so the responsible ministry. But last, to facilitate the process of motion, to make that affordable program available, example, TV, live streaming on Facebook. Why don't you make that accessible? Because we have last time I heard people talking about some thing. For me, what is this Mandela thing? I don't know. So I have to go home and ask my what do you people mean when they say Mandela thing? Then my son was telling me he is lying, but he told me it is something that comes from South Africa. It means this and that. Some stuff that I didn't know about, but you all knows about. What you do, make it accessible. We all want to know about this Mandela thing. It's affected or whatever. The same like the other day, my son was saying, please, we'll make you buy a smart TV. I am like, why do you need this smart TV when we already have a smart TV? So I was told this long so that, well, because I will need to use the TV only with, I need to put my card in there and read some stuff that I am going to save on my cards. But you ask a parent who have never heard of all these things, they are not going to listen to the children. But I think we also need to give the children the right to access.
Wow, Agnes, key recommendations, Ministry of ICT, Ministry of Youth, like that's really in the ball in the court of government. They've also put in a recommendation for the regulator for POTRAs, and I like how you've unpacked how it's important for young people to be capacitated and given opportunities to access digital technologies so that they're kept away from committing crimes and stealing and committing all sorts of offenses. And I think we have a lot of young people in our country, and especially with the pandemic, that they found themselves committing a lot of offenses, and not having access to jobs doesn't help. So we need young people who are kept off the street, and we also need government to ensure that persons with disabilities as well have access to assistive devices, the relevant software that will enable them to also have a life that is full of human dignity. They're able to access banking services and things like that. And also for service providers, I like the fact that you've also made a recommendation so that service providers as well ensure that they also are able to assist persons with disabilities, and ensure that they also get what they need to be able to also transact, and also be able to live a life that is worth the dignity that everyone else has. And definitely with the purchase of digital technologies for persons with disabilities, I think there's room for a lot more to be done to ensure that persons with disabilities have access to digital technologies. And I like how you made reference to how just having a smartphone with the relevant software is able to give you that connectivity and give you that empowerment to be able to also be able to check and verify things, even if you're transacting, to be able to be secure. And I think it just spotlights the importance of having everyone digitally included. And when we're looking at smartphones, and it's not like I actually don't understand why somebody would ask why would you have a cell phone, but this is the environment that we are in. And I think as well civil society can also play a role to also further highlight the importance that everyone has a right to access digital technologies. And it's not something that should be found as to be obscene when persons with disabilities have access to technologies, but definitely it's a key fundamental right in this instance, because it enables you to have a life full of human dignity. So thank you so much for reminding us of those critical aspects. And I hope that I think colleagues here are pondering on some of the key aspects that you've raised and mentioned. So thank you so much for that. I don't know if Potras is here, but definitely they were invited to this engagement. But nevertheless, I'm sure that we'll also hear a response as well from Ministry of ICT. If they're here again, they were also invited. But definitely, I know that the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee is here. So we are definitely in safe hands, and we can put our pleas. We have the right stakeholders that can also be able to play their part in addressing these issues. Right, let's just reflect, Richard. on your recommendations as well. You've also touched on, the key things and possibly, recommendations that you can also say, okay, I think this could work in the Zimbabwean context, or we could learn from it, or what you feel maybe could be something that would also generally assist, not just us here, because we are online, and definitely the rest of the continent is following our conversation. So over to you.
Thank you very much. So for us, is that the battle for democracy is online. That is our take. That especially during humanitarian crisis like COVID-19, the battle for democracy is on the internet. Our lives are on the internet. So in order for us to leverage the digital transformation that our countries are experiencing, there is need for adherence to the principles of internet governance, of multi-stakeholder approach, of not leaving anyone behind, especially when it comes to shaping and enacting internet law, because for us, everything is hinged on law and policy. Without law and policy, we are not going to achieve what we want, because it's actually policy that gives us the plans of how we are going to handle issues of accessibility, affordability, of internet neutrality, and the resilience. It is internet law that is going to ensure that we have a resilient, safe, and secure internet system that service providers, for example, and the other providers of applications are compelled by law to adhere to certain principles that just makes the internet safe and secure. So there's need for tolerance, there's need for dialogue. There's need for dialogue, because sometimes in coming up with all these processes that I've discussed, we tend to, maybe the government moves very fast alone and leaves the other people behind. So the role of the media, the role of civil society, the role of academia, the role of everyone else that is concerned about digital inclusion, about digital transformation, should be at the table to give their view and perspective about what kind of internet we want, about how we should make the internet be able to bring about development that we all desire. So we are recommending for participation and dialogue of all stakeholders in internet law and policy formulation. Our other recommendation is that we are calling for the adherence to regional and global norms and standards when it comes to developing internet law and policy, because it is not only an issue here in Zimbabwe, I know even in Zambia and many places across the world, cybersecurity laws have always generated different conversations, and they have caused a lot of consternation. So this is why we're calling for dialogue, so that we can look at the African standard, the African Union standards, for example, the Malabo Convention, the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection should be a framework that we must use when coming up with all these cybersecurity and personal data protection laws in the country, because the laws need to be democratic. Laws are meant to govern people. Yeah. Laws are meant to make the internet resilient. Laws are meant to protect citizens on the internet. So when these laws are made, they must actually have the face of the citizens to give their own recommendation. So this is why parliamentarians are very important in this, because they're the ones who make laws. So we need that kind of dialogue. And I think in Zambia, we are going in the right direction somehow, because parliamentarians and ourselves and the government were talking somehow. Yeah, that is our take. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having the last concluding remarks on that. And I like how you mentioned something critical, dialogue and engagement, all stakeholders, multi-sectoral approach, stakeholders in one room, addressing the issues, and of course, reducing the stress around cybersecurity laws. And definitely in Zimbabwe, we've got a new Data Protection Act, and we'll hear about it later on in the afternoon. It will be unpacked. And definitely dialogue and continuous dialogue, it really helps in alleviating some of the fears, or also in better shaping policy that we have. And you mentioned a critical aspect of the need for adequate internet policies and laws that ensure that there's safety and security online. And I like also how you've touched on the Malabo Convention. Unfortunately, Zimbabwe is not a state party. So again, I hope that even the relevant parliamentarians here can also take that message forward, that we definitely recommend ratifying our own regional instrument, the Malabo Convention, that also addresses issues to do with cybersecurity, as a commitment as well towards ensuring safety and security online for all that are involved. So thank you so much for wrapping that up. I think I've been asked to wrap this session up. Thank you so much, moderator. I'm not so sure if there's time for any questions, or we've stolen everyone's time. Any, pardon? Thank you for highlighting we've stolen everyone's time. Not even one question. 2 minutes, okay. All right, if there's anyone with any burning question for our wonderful panelists, and apologies for stealing everyone's time, but I'm sure we'll continue to have these conversations. And I see a burning hand already, that's already up. So please go for it.
Okay, thanks to our panelists for the presentations and the discussions. Over the Easter break, I experienced some of the digital exclusion issues raised. I visited my relatives in Zombe East, that is in Midlands Province. And I last visited them 10 years ago, and the issues of network is still the same 10 years later, where when I wanted to make a call, I had to go up the hill. And when you talk of mobile data, it was not possible to connect to the internet. And I asked them, how do you survive? For so many things are happening online. They say it is what it is. We are not connected. We are excluded to whatever is happening on Twitter, on Facebook, and so on. So as my recommendations to some of the challenges that were raised, I think as highlighted by Agnes, we need to have communal Wi-Fi hotspots. Previously, we used to have water challenges in most of the cities, and currently the government is making efforts in drilling communal boreholes. Why can't we have communal Wi-Fi hotspots? And also, when you talk of e-government, e-commerce, and so on, if we have essential government sites, why can we not zero-rate those sites at the cost of the government, so that everyone has access and we beat the challenge of internet cost? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that. I will be naughty and ask you to have the last word, but way of balancing the genders so that I'm not accused of favoring my own, right? So you can come, but thank you so much. I will say thank you for that recommendation. I was also stuck over the Easter visiting someone somewhere, and I had to just be offline for 2 days and just be up to terms with it. So I know Potras, if they were here, they would tell you that they have community information centers. The argument would be, where are they sufficiently everywhere? And if they are there, is the internet access within those centers? Anyway, story for another day. Please go for it.
Okay, thanks very much for the presentation. But I note that all our presenters deliberately avoided the complexity of our governments in ensuring that these challenges around digital inclusion remain. I was privileged to be in Zambia too. I was with him to observe the elections. The election was largely won digitally, I'm right? But I note that across the river here, where you claim to own the Victoria Falls, I don't see any political will in reducing the data and ensuring that there are those hotspots where there are boreholes. I thought I should raise that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think colleagues here will convey the message to Potras, and I'm sure last time, I think in February, when we had some kind of conversation with both Potras and the Ministry of ICT, I think I remember the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee members also highlighting the importance of us being connected, and Potras did commit. And I think we'll continue to raise the outcries that we need willpower to ensure that everyone is connected and no one is left behind. So with those few words and what we have discussed here, enjoy the rest of the sessions that are coming up. There's more exciting sessions, and thank you so much, wonderful panelists, for sharing with us what the lived realities are as we drive towards a digitally inclusive and rights respecting Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tobekile, and thanks to our panelists for that power-packed session. I'm sure we have a lot of burning questions and contributions, but we'll make provision towards the end of the program where we can just have an open plenary and have further discussion. Without further ado, we'll go into our next panel discussion, which is titled Unmasking Online and Offline Media Freedoms in Zimbabwe. And this will be led by Nigel from the Media Alliance of Zimbabwe. Nigel, over to you. Please introduce your panelists as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A pleasant morning, colleagues. Well, I think after such an intriguing conversation and discussion, it's only prudent that we continue or to sustain more the conversations around the recommendations and how we need to go forward, particularly to make digital rights a human right, and to also make internet freedom something that is of an inherent part of our life. So in this particular session that we are just getting into, you'll notice that it's more going to be a little more practical in the sense that it's from practitioners. It's also from the not so usual faces, as it were, in terms of media freedom, the unusual suspects, as it were, to say these are the people, the voices, either from the women's movement. These are also voices that are involved in content creation. These are voices from that, from the youths and so on. So I'm going to introduce Lynette, who is going to steer the conversation. We've got Mandy from the Women's Coalition, who's also going to, as I just call you up, you could be making your way. Pamela, a young, vibrant lady who, has lived experiences. We're hoping to have Dumisani Mulea, the chair of the Zimbabwe National Editors Forum and editor of Newswalks. He's still making his way. Antonio Rutsito, I don't see him at this particular stage. Perhaps still also making his way. But we do have other online content creators. And actually the good thing is we've got the online content creators network also represented here that could also be zooming in and sharing the lived experiences of how exercising freedom online is concerned, as well as what safety guards are needed to ensure that digital rights becomes a reality. And you also notice that our session may also speak to some offline, because how we live offline definitely is related to how we live online. The offline platform actually only excavates the realities of the physical space. So without much ado, I will hand over to Lynette, who is going to steer the conversation. Kudzai, you can also, just come in or you will come in from the floor to join the conversation. Not a problem. Not a problem. It's all acceptable. What's important for us is to get the conversation going, because it will reach the spaces that we want to reach. All right. Thanks, Lynette.
Thank you very much. Maybe before we start, how much time do we have? Let me get my phone for time. How much time? 30 minutes. Okay. Thank you very much, Nigel. My name is Lynette Manzini. I'm a journalist practicing here in Zimbabwe. I do work for Open Pali and Heart and Soul Broadcasting Services. I would like to, first of all, welcome the panel. Mandy, could you kindly introduce yourself? Thank you very much for joining us on the panel. Please introduce yourself to the audience.
Thank you so much, Lynette. And good morning, everyone. My name is Mandy PRC, and I'm the outgoing chairperson for the Women's Coalition of Zimbabwe, Multi-Sectoral Chapter, and I also volunteer for Whispers, a feminist movement that deals with girls' participation in politics as a whole. Thank you so much, Lynette.
Thank you very much for that. Pamela, welcome to the panel, and please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Lynette. My name is Pamela Mpofu. I am a media personality. I also work with the Center for Innovation and Technology in Bulawayo. We do a show called the Alpha Female Lounge. We focus on issues affecting young women. We also champion gender equality issues. And I'm also one of the young women in Bulawayo who try to foster better conditions for young journalists that are budding.
Thank you very much for that. So this panel here is going to focus on unmasking online and offline media freedoms in Zimbabwe. The role of the media in any democracy or any country can never be overstated because the media plays a critical role. The media informs, entertains, and educates the citizenry. And, an informed citizenry makes informed choices and informed decisions. So that's why I said that the role of the media can never be overstated. But now we are looking at unmasking. We want to uncover the online and offline media freedoms in Zimbabwe. I'll start with you, Amandi. Does the media enjoy the same media freedoms online as much as they enjoy, as they do offline here in Zimbabwe?
We can say there are a lot of challenges that are associated with media practitioners around online and offline. Taking a look at the kind of arrest, abductions, and assaults that the media personnel go through, we can say it's a challenge. You try to express yourself in a certain manner online. You find yourself people knocking on your door during the night. You're abducted, and you face the consequences. So I'm giving an example of Bonyeti Samantha of Bust Up TV. She once went through that. And when you're speaking of online attacks as well, it's kind of more or less the same. I have worked with female journalists in Mashonaland Central Province, where they cover stories around women, gender equality issues in development and political spaces for women. You realize one of the Herald journalists that we work with, Fungai Lupande, at one time she was attacked. She was just trying to cover a story at a court for a political party guru. And you realize that that guy was really frustrated by just seeing that lady covering that story, to the extent that he had to snatch away the phone that the girl was using, and that guy had to assault the lady. So you can realize the kind of pain that the ladies go through. I'm not here to speak for the men, because the pain is more on the ladies. The reason why we would want to see more women in journalism reporting we would want to see gender sensitive reporting, because we've just realized that the media in some way, it's a master's house. You know what a master's house does? It always reports positively around male issues, and it reports negatively on women issues. You realize when a female is caught up in a compromising situation, they do not report about the male, they report about the woman. You cannot see a headline saying Commissioner Jasper caught bitching around. No, sorry, Jasper is one of my colleagues. You will see that they will say Lynette Manzini was caught bitching around. So you see the insensitivity of reporting that is there in the media. So if we do not get the women in the media because they are being assaulted, because they are trying to express themselves, to have freedom of expression online and offline, who will report gender sensitively for the women. Also, I also wanted to say, you see the kind of reporting as well in the media, like the way women are depicted in the media. You see people are trying to advertise their cigars and cigarettes. They will take a lady naked and those advertise that cigarette. Why can't they just take the men who are consumers of those cigarettes, in most cases, put a naked man on that advertisement? So I'm just mixing up issues to say there are a lot of threats, assaults, and those assaults has got a detrimental effect in as far as gender sensitive reporting of women's issues is concerned in the media. Thank you so much, Lynette.
Thank you very much for that, Mandy. You raised very important issues there, the issues of harassment, abductions. For just doing your job as a media practitioner, we know that there is a journalist, an investigative journalist, who was arrested when they tweeted something about the police beating up a child. There was also an issue around corruption. If that's happening to one person in the media, what does that do to the media doing their job? Because now you're looking for stories that maybe are less sensitive, that don't get you into trouble. But then we're no longer educating, we're no longer informing the citizenry, because that's our job at the end of the day. And when you talk about the issues of being attacked online, I was once called Douglas Monzora's girlfriend because I had interviewed him. So you become you are labeled a politician's girlfriend because you've interviewed them. They didn't want you to interview that particular politician, and it's the space is, I don't have a good word for it, but it's just something else. Let's bring in Pamela. Pamela, you a journalist yourself. How has reporting, you doing your job online, what has been the experience?
Thank you, Lynette. I feel like being a journalist, personally, it's difficult. You know, when we're in college, you have a certain field that you want to work in, but immediately people will tell you, do not go into political journalism, do not do this. Go to tabloid journalism, especially if you're a woman, because it's safer for you. It's not safe for you in the political spaces because of ABCD. I'm so happy that we have presentation from the parliament. I like to say that our constitution is a very beautiful piece of paper, especially when it comes to media freedoms. We have so much freedom on paper, but in reality, we don't have it. Online, I'm more of a Twitter person. You can tweet something, you have the freedom to tweet it, it's okay. But what happens after that? There is absolutely no freedom. So for you now to tweet about issues of importance, for example, I will maybe note something in my province or in another province nearby and want to raise that up. But if it's going to step on someone's toes, as a journalist, you can't. You are now reporting in a duck and dive manner to say that if I report on this, I don't know what kind of threat I'm bringing. And therefore, I find it really, I would like to say useless for us to have so much freedom on paper as the media, because this sector is the most powerful. It's supposed to liberate the general public, but it's the complete opposite. What we see in Zimbabwe is the complete opposite. The media is now a monopoly for our government. They have so much authority over it. We look at the laws in the constitution vis-a-vis some of these media laws, the OSAs, the IPAs. They state a completely different thing. They hinder proper journalism to be practiced. So I feel that as someone who has a passion for journalism, it really kills your spirit because you are now more concerned about your safety as compared to being concerned about putting proper information for the general public to consume out there.
Exactly. Instead of you to report on what's happening, tweet on what's happening, you're thinking, what's going to happen after I send out this tweet? Am I going to be arrested? Am I going to be harassed? These are some of the issues that then come into mind. I'd like to welcome Dumisani Milea. He is the Zimbabwe National Editors Forum chairperson and the editor with Newshawks. Welcome to the panel. The mic. Okay, since we'll just put you on the spot, you are just coming in. We're talking about, okay, the title of this panel is Unmasking Online and Offline Media Freedoms in Zimbabwe. Are there any media freedoms to celebrate about here in Zimbabwe, offline and offline?
Well, before I could even sit now, I'm on the spotlight. Yeah. I was thinking that I'll listen first and then talk. Yeah, well, the question that you have just posed in relation to media freedoms and digital inclusivity on and offline with regards to media. Yeah, there are freedoms that are prevalent and that are being enjoyed in Zimbabwe with regards to media. That is, the first and foremost is that the Constitution has, after a long struggle dating back to mainly the 90s, finally included media freedom as one of those fundamental rights. In the past, it was not there. It was always implied under freedom of expression. Whenever there were violations of the media, people sought protection under the Constitution, under freedom of expression. And that right was derived through interpretations. It was not explicitly stated. The situation changed when the constitutional movement campaigns were stepped up, leading to the constitution that was done in 2013. So that is protected. That protection is very important because media can then be able to leverage that to defend its spaces for operation and for interpretation of society as part of their job. And with it, of course, there are statutes that are being worked on. The attempt around those statutes is to also broaden the scope of media freedom. Those freedoms, however, obviously, just like any other in the Constitution, they have limitations which are imposed as part of checks and balances to say there are no freedoms that are absolute, because if they are given an absolute latitude, they end up infringing on other people's freedoms. The other freedoms that we do have, I mean, is the freedom to be registered, to participate. In other words, there is a framework within which to operate as media on and offline. And furthermore, you also have some systems of accreditation. You know, those things are important to the extent that they give instead of take away rights. Because if they are institutionalized, then that means the other side of it is that there is legal and institutional protection against journalists whenever their rights are violated. But be that as it may, when it comes digital in terms of its inclusivity in relation to the Constitution, to the laws, it is yet to be captured. It's a space that is a gray area. It's a gray space that is being debated. How do we assist media operators operating digitally online in order to be afforded the same protections? That space is still being explored, and hopefully there will be a framework of regulation that comes with it. But the intention being that the regulation must come in order to buttress and expand freedoms rather than shrink them. We often note in our space that despite these rights, there continues to be infringement on the freedoms of media, on and offline, because the intention, the mindset of the policymakers is to restrict. It is not to expand and enrich the freedoms. They bring the statutes, especially, like right now there are some debates around the statutes in relation to regulation. What sort of regulatory framework is needed? Some, I mean, it's a long debate. Some have been pushing for state regulation, others for voluntary. But now what has happened is that there has been some engagements over various issues related to that, culminating in the agreement that I think we need co-regulation. So the freedoms that we have, they are limited or infringed upon by the very mindset of policymakers, number one. Number two, the politics of the time that politicians and bureaucrats, they always do not like scrutiny. They try to avoid those freedoms being applied to them, leading to coverage of issues to hold them to account as public office bearers. The other limitation is the sustainability in relation to those freedoms. Media all over the world is struggling now because of technological and digital changes. They're struggling in relation to their models, sustainability models, in relation to keeping audiences and revenues tied together in a model that can keep them moving. So you have that impact on the media, that the freedoms are also heavily impacted upon by the political economy of the media, which is dramatically changed because of technological advances. If you explore that further, you find that actually the biggest threat to these freedoms that we are talking about in relation to digital inclusivity is actually the economics of the media, less political hostility and intimidation and other things. Because the thing with the current models is that there isn't anything that is yet settled. It's still an exploratory phase. People are still experimenting with different kinds of models, from the conventional media to the digital media, online media. They're still trying to find how do they sustain themselves, and obviously sustain those freedoms that they've already won in order to serve their audiences in the public interest better. So I will leave it at that. But the last point that I just want to emphasize is that the biggest way we can achieve inclusivity and protect those freedoms is to make sure that there are transformational models that come through. We should use the current transitional period in the media to entrench the rights that we already have and defend the spaces that we have, while it's also ensuring that digital inclusivity becomes the way forward, because without inclusivity, then it means the new models cannot be sustained. It will always leave many audiences outside that realm, either because they don't have access to connectivity, because they don't have data, or simply because there are no reliable access to internet channels within the communities and society that they work.
Thank you very much for that. Indeed, transformational models should be looked into, because without the relevant infrastructure, when people cannot access, these digital platforms because they cannot afford, then the media, nobody's going to then consume what the media is disseminating. If I can come back to you, Mandi, Dumisani spoke about policymakers focusing on restricting rather than expanding the rights of the media. Help us understand the effects of this. What are the effects of further restricting media freedoms?
So when you're speaking about restricting media freedoms, it means that the media personnel do not have the right to express whatever they find on the ground, because they have got acts, more acts, besides having section 61 and 62 of the Constitution that really bears the freedoms in media and whatsoever. We have got acts that are being put in place, like the cybercrime bills that were put in place. They're just there to restrict on what you report online and also a bit offline. So it means that the kind of reporting is kind of aligned to a certain ruling, that, if you know what I mean. It means
no, we don't know what you mean.
It means that you are restricted in as far as how you report. You become apolitical when at one time you're supposed to be political in nature in whatever you report, because we are all political animals, so to speak.
But the media is supposed to be objective.
I understand what you mean, but at times when you come across a certain incident on the ground that really need correct, or the kind of information that you get on the ground, you should say it as it is. But in one or the other, because of the restrictive nature of the laws that are being put in place, besides having the progressive constitution, you have to serve your story. You have to limit the words that you write in a story. The way you are reporting, it's restricted in a way. So yeah, that's the implication of such restrictive laws that we will be having on the ground.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to put Kudzai on the spot. Nigel had requested for you to come on the panel, but you said you're going to respond to us while you're there. I want to bring in the issue of the PVO bill, the patriotic bill. We have bills that are being discussed in Parliament currently, and as online content creators, how does this affect your work? Do these bills have any implications on the work that you do?
Yeah, you really putting me on the spot today, Lynette. So I think the PVO bill and the patriotic bill, they all have their own implications on the media. If you look at the PVO bill, practically focuses on civic organizations, and some of our media houses, their models are for non-profit. I use Open Parley as an example. So that means that bill will affect Open Parley. And then in terms of the patriotic bill, I mean, it practically says we all should be patriotic. So I think that has its own bearings on the objectivity part of it. We all know if your objectivity takes you in places where you criticize the authorities that be, you can be regarded as a Western mouthpiece, puppet, all that, you see. So the patriotic bill also stands to affect the media in that regard.
Okay, thank you very much. And Pamela, the patriotic bill, do you think that is going to affect your work in any way?
I believe that, I think it's already, the moment they said the patriotic bill, it means that I have to choose who I now stand for. If what I'm reporting doesn't sound patriotic enough to them, then to the powers that be, of course, then most definitely it's affecting my work, because now there is no proper and fair reportage. As a I don't know what, you see those people that use this puppet thing, but there's someone behind it trying to orchestrate something. That's exactly what they're doing with us as the media, and I already feel like this is going to be just pushing us down a bit more. And the fact that we're going to elections now, the kind of reporting we're going to be seeing also, there's not going to be like proper now, because you have to be patriotic in your reportage. And I feel like slowly but surely the quality of news and the quality of content that is being created in Zimbabwe is like, it's depleting. At the end of the day, we're going to be having the kind of reportage that just favors side, whereas as the media we're supposed to be objective, like you said, but here you can't be objective anymore, because the moment you're not for them, you're on the other side. It now seems as if you are a puppet, like you said, a Western puppet or something like that. So I believe that this law already is going to just press us down again into this I don't know position that as media people we don't want to be conformed to.
You know, as you were speaking, I can already feel uncomfortable. I feel like I'm in a shrinking space. I'm in the media as well, and I feel like it's already shrinking. How safe are you? How safe do you feel, Pamela, online?
I don't really feel safe, honestly. I think that sometimes maybe as journalists we're driven by passion, the passion to say, I want this to be known, I want the public to access this information, but I don't feel safe. Because when you say something, you're not saying it from a point of trying to ruin anyone, but you just want certain information to come across to people. But now, it is a scary environment. I think maybe most people in this room can relate to the fact that the moment you say, maybe in family setups, that I want to do journalism, they'll be like, no, it's not safe. And with time, you start realizing this place is really not safe, because you're afraid of if you interview someone, asking them about the simplest of things, what do you think about this bill, what do you think about that? It's sort of, you are challenging people in power, but you're not challenging, you're doing your job, you see? So I don't feel safe, but I think we're just really driven by passion to say, I want to see this done. But at the same time, it's like a war that is being waged between the media and the powers that be.
Thank you very much for that. Let me welcome Tonio Rutsito. He's with the Zimbabwe Online Content Creators. Welcome. Yes, as soon as you sit down, we put you on the spot. Pamela here is talking about safety. She says she doesn't feel safe online. You, with the content creators, Zimbabwe content creators, how safe are your members? How safe do they feel online?
Well, it's a very interesting one. It all depends with the word how safe, safety from what exactly, because there has to be a certain context. But half the time we are the victims, and also maybe on the other side we are also called the villains, because some people then say that, well, they don't feel safe because of the kind of content that we create, that we propagate. And at a certain point in time, we also don't feel safe after we publish certain content because of the works that we do each and every single day. So you find that, especially journalists that major in investigative journalism and those that usually unearth content and information that many people are uncomfortable with, they don't usually sleep well at night at times. They feel that probably maybe after publishing or producing a certain story, it may come back after them, and certain people who may not be liking the content of that story, be it states, private, or whatever it is, at times people also don't feel safe. So it's a double-edged sword, all depending on exactly what position are you coming from. But needless to say, the internet, all our work has to be the most safest place, because we are professionals. We wake up each and every single day to produce content that is ethical, credible, and truthful. And that is the mandate of us as well as online content creators. So I honestly don't find it to be in that situation where we are caught up in between safety or content creation. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Dumisani, how do we ensure going forward that investigative journalists are safe?
Before answering that one, I just want to make a quick remark on the patriotic bill. If you want to understand what that bill is all about, go and read what the late Alan Mpofu said when he introduced that bill. He is the one that moved to the motion for that bill, introduced it. That address which preceded the bill's introduction by the leader of the House, the Minister of Justice, it tells you exactly what they want to do. They didn't even hide it. It's pretty clear. The primary motivation of that bill is to stifle criticism. The MP who introduced that say that our main focus here is to protect the image of the president, because investors will not come into a country where a president is, in his words, is criticized and insulted. Obviously, that is irrational. There is no connection there between criticizing a president and investment, but that's how that was their rationale. So it is meant to stifle, to restrict journalists from doing their job. It is meant to make sure that it is as difficult as possible for journalists to interact, especially with the diplomatic community, in pursuit of their job. And of course, furthermore, the logic of that bill is also fundamentally flawed, because they were trying to replicate the Logan Act from the United States, which is a totally different issue altogether, because the Logan Act speaks about no citizen of America can negotiate anything, a dispute, trade issue, or anything on behalf of the state. That is the purpose of that act. But they completely uprooting it out of its context and trying to bring it here. But the primary motivation is to clamp down on criticism, which is particularly manifested through the media. So it's a bill that is going to make being a journalist here and practicing journalist even more difficult. We already have a lot of repressive and authoritarian laws on our statutes and within the operating environment. So that's a new law that is meant to make things even more difficult for us. So that is why it must be. Similarly, the PVO Act, it is the same impact because it is meant to stifle criticism. Those groups that are funded through donors and non-profit models, they are trying to clamp down on them in order again to limit the freedoms, particularly the freedom of expression and criticism. Now, coming to your issue about the safety of journalists, in an authoritarian environment, journalists are never safe because an authoritarian environment provides the enabling conditions for the rulers of the time, the policymakers, to use instruments of coercion, the apparatus, coercive apparatus, to clamp down on journalists who report things that are inconvenient. By definition, regimes, authoritarian regimes like the one that we have in Zimbabwe, they are very intolerant towards criticism. And the media being a source of information and a platform for criticism by various voices in society, it must be the space that they seek to shut down, to clamp down on it. It gets worse when you go into investigative journalism, because investigative journalism seeks to expose abuse of office, expose abuse of power, and all the manifestations of governance, police, and leadership failures. When you have that as the ultimate objective of investigative journalism, you are in direct confrontation with the rulers. They are the ones who run the affairs of the state. So therefore, they are the ones who are under much more scrutiny than anybody else. That brings in safety, security implications for journalists who do that. We've seen here and elsewhere that journalists who seek to expose authorities, whether it's over human rights abuses, whether it's over corruption, whether it's over various forms of excesses that derive from power, they are targeted in various ways. Sometimes they are targeted through disruptions of their work, which may come by stifling them, using coercive instruments, whether it's police, whether it's intelligence, whether it's military. They are also intimidated by way of just organized political hostility towards them. They're intimidated by being stereotyped and called names. When that is not working, the politicians or leaders, they resort to other means, like capturing the media platforms themselves. They then seek to use regulatory frameworks, to use money, to use coercion, to capture those platforms. So as an investigative journalist in this environment, you ought to always be concerned about your security. You know, we're discussing with some colleagues from Zambia last night when they visited us at our offices, the Idi Amini kind of thinking that politicians in Zimbabwe, and I'm certain elsewhere, have, that you have freedom to speak or write whatever you want. But your freedom after speaking or writing is not guaranteed. This is the reality of investigative journalists in this country. You can write any story that you want. Nobody will stop you. But after writing, then the real game begins. When the reactions come, the popular methods of repression here, intimidation, arrest, stifling you through advertising. Some organizations, which rely on advertising revenues, some advertisers, they are intimidated not to advertise with you, especially state enterprises, but even private companies. What happens in this country is that if you are
more investigative and more aggressive in what you are doing. The private sector in this country, they're always scared, all the time. They come, they tell you that, yeah, I want to support you, but you know, we're not very comfortable because these guys are watching us. They will ask you, why are you putting your adverts on these people who are always criticizing us, writing about us? So there are various forms of intimidation which we journalists in that field have to contend with all the time. So the last point I will make is that how do you then mitigate against that? The best defense against intimidation or security threats is to make sure you get it right. When you are factual and truthful and obviously professional in the process, you have better defense than anything else. You can hire as much security as you want at your offices or at your home, but if you are not ensuring that your content is credible, is factual and truthful, you are exposed. So that's your best defense, because in any case, if you're arrested when you go to court, one of the biggest defenses there is factuality and truthfulness of your stories. Even if it's defamation, those are your first lines of defense. So you ought to always make sure that what you write fits or meets that bill, because along the way, that would be important in guaranteeing your security and defense against any forms of intimidation and harm.
Thank you very much. Your best line of defense is being factual, being truthful, as opposed to having as much security as you can at your workplace. Let's come to you, Mandi. What's the way forward? I mean, we've spoken about the shrinking space in the media. You know, Dumisani touched and Kudzanai touched on the issue of the patriotic bill, on the PVO bill. How do we make this industry, the environment for journalists to operate conducive? Because at the end of the day, they are important stakeholders. They are the fourth estate.
Okay, I will strictly speak to the PVOB in particular because it is affecting, of course, the media and also different civil society organizations. So I would say I would speak to the parliamentarians. Whenever you want to enact that bill into an act, please may we kindly make sure we also follow the sections of the constitution that we have that respect media freedoms. At the same time, if we do not understand what the bills talk about before we enact them into acts, may we kindly find counsel. There are a lot of youths that are in our communities who really understand the bills. Maybe they've got better counsel and advice for you people, policymakers. So I think it's best. I'm not saying you didn't maybe acquire a certificate of some sort, but at times we do not understand what these bills talk about. So why can't we try and get advice from people, from the community itself, hear the voices of the community say, because the first person who opened this meeting says that having a digital inclusive and respectful for whatever, and rights, yeah, we should put people at the center. So the moment you come for the bill hearings in our communities, can't we just respect the views of the people in the first place? And also, may we maybe seek counsel on what these bills talk about, because we want to put people at the center. And the people include the citizens and the media personnel that we have got in place that relay proper information to the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pamela. No, Mandi. I was about to say, Pamela, I'm coming to you. Pamela, journalists are not safe online and offline. What recommendations do you want to give to the policymakers or anyone, any stakeholder? How do they make it safe for you?
Okay, I believe that, like Mandi just said, it's not just about the stakeholders and the media only. This affects the people on the ground. We might have information in this room, but it doesn't mean anything if we're the only people with access to the information. So I believe that some of these policies, when they're enacted, they shouldn't be fighting to say we're fighting the media. When you fight the media, you're fighting everyone else in this country. You are trying to suppress everyone else because what is it that is so big that you don't want the public to access? Therefore, let's stop. Also, as media practitioners, we have the power to say we don't want these laws because we're not doing it for ourselves, but we're doing it for everybody else. Because as a journalist, you don't stand for yourself. You stand for a lot of people. You speak for a lot of people. So some of these laws that are being enacted, we as media practitioners, as well as the communities, when they come to us, we need to look at how they are going to affect us, because at the end of the day, we also go back to the community. We're also affected by some of these things that happen in the country that we also want to know. So I believe that when it comes to the lawmaking processes there, we need to stand our ground as media practitioners and as well as communities.
Thank you very much for that. Let's stand our ground. Tonio, I remember when the COVID-19 pandemic struck, majority of the information, people would get online because some were even afraid to leave their houses to go and buy a newspaper. And now we have a lot of online media. That's where people get their information. How do we create a safe and conducive environment? I mean, really speaking to the policymakers or any stakeholders you think need to right some of these wrongs that are in the environment, we're experiencing in the environment.
So, I think, what does it do this always to me?
You're an online content creator.
Interesting. So yeah, the most important thing is to make sure that at least us as the content creators, we get it right. Because whenever we produce content, we do have a market or consumers that are ready to accept the content as truthful, as accurate, specifically in this era of COVID that you're talking about. So there was a lot of anxiety when many people were looking for the best answers as far as the pandemic is concerned. Misinformation and disinformation would only cause more alarm and despondence. It wasn't helping the situation. So there's also a lot of responsibility that comes with us being online content creators in journalism. It's an ethical craft that we undertake each and every single day. So it honestly begins with us to say, I have to be giving out information to a market that is going to take it seriously, and more importantly, we are going to be using it. So we are not supposed to be the same people who are going to be alarmists and creating information that we know that is not going to be helping anyone in that situation. Because ultimately, people are basically relying on the online platform to say, okay, so what do we do with this situation? How best do we move on and all that? So I think it takes a lot of responsibility, especially within us, because us as the fourth estate, we represent a serious and a strong constituency that depends on us to be propagating correct and up-to-date information that is more helpful to these constituencies. So it's very important. I think it's a serious job that comes with a lot of responsibility. Hence, we are the fourth estate. So people really count and depend on us for that.
Thank you very much for that. On that note, I'd like to thank you, Antonio, Pamela, Dumisani, and Mandy for sharing these important nuggets with us. Thank you very much. And we have come to the end of this session. Unfortunately, no questions because we have run out of time. So thank you very much. Okay, so we'll really have to be quick because we are running out of time. Do we have another hand so that we know who's next? Okay, so it's just that one question.
Thank you very much. My name is Peter Moyo, to those who don't know me. I'm the chairperson of ICT Committee in Parliament. First and foremost, I want to thank you very much for the open discussions and the factuality that you bring. But I have also to ask you some certain questions. A like freedom of the journalist. You want your own freedom and you don't want the others' freedom. A whole lot of things has been written about me as an individual. And without even asking me whether this is correct or not, a whole lot of things has been said and written about one of my relatives. And I know vividly that is not even factual. And do you want that to just go unchallenged? Then you say you want freedoms without looking at others' freedoms. My own property has been taken a picture and it was posted all over. And they said this was acquired corruptly. And then you don't want us to ask you to say, where did you get that information from? You just want to write ill about others. And you want to be protected when you are writing ill about others. And then you say we must protect you and we must give you more freedom. Is that correct? I don't think so. You are talking about the patriotic bill. Each and every country has got its own laws to protect itself. As Zimbabwe, we are not an island. We have to protect ourselves. You cannot go outside the country and start denigrating your own country and talk ill about your own country and you don't want to be asked. I've seen a lot of countries where if you talk ill about that country, you don't go back home. So you want us to just keep quiet and leave it like that? I'm not saying you don't question us. You have to question us. We also have journalists as members of parliament. We have close to 20 lawyers in parliament. We also have the legal committee. We don't just enact laws. Yes, of course, sometimes the government can be ruthless to say these things have gone too far. That I can't deny. But you cannot paint us with the same brush. We also fight for these laws to protect the citizens. We also want things to be correct. We want things to move in the right direction. But you cannot say these MPs don't know what they are talking about. If you know what you're talking about, let's come together and school us on what you want us to do. You have called us here, we are listening to you. If you see that this bill is not correct, you are also able to petition Parliament. You are given the leeway to correct whatever you want to correct. As for ukambelana manga lapha. So kunyeberana tichiti kwanzi uyo wasodai lo yenze lokho lo yenze lokho. Kodwa lingalingafuna ukuthi khona abanye libakhangele ukuthi khona into engiyibhalayo lapha how dangerous it is to someone. Journalism can be very dangerous to my own safety if you write something which is not factual about me. You are putting me on the slaughter. I'm a public figure. I can't walk in the streets because of something that you have written without even asking me. Unfortunately, you don't have time. I should have said more.
Thank you very much. You can go ahead.
Well, Honorable Member of Parliament, if I may just try and respond to some of the issues that you've just highlighted there. I think first and foremost, it is very much unfortunate and regrettable that there is certain media house or individual who wrote about you without giving you any right of response. I think within any other ethical online content creator or even a journalist, it is within our professional practice and standards that whensoever you are going to be doing any article, any write-up about anybody else, you should also give them the right to respond. That right is a right that is enshrined within our practice as ethical journalists. That should have been done. Needless to say, it is not a moment or an opportunity for you to wage war, because should you not be happy about any other publication, any article that was done against you or your persona, there are clear remedies that you should have taken or that you must still take. If there are any genuine concerns that you may be having, there are clear modalities of how you are supposed to be taking them up. There's also the Voluntary Media Council of Zimbabwe. If it's going to be a media article, if it's going to be any maybe legal issues, so to say, you have a right to sue. You know, instead of you taking it to be personal, you also as a Zimbabwean, you've got certain rights that you've got protected within the constitution. So a certain article or a certain mistake that may have been done against you does not surely harm a whole parliament to then say, because of A and B, let's go back to parliament. And we're now going to be creating certain laws that we feel that they muzzle the media. We are for the protection of the media and making sure that our rights as the media are fully upheld. We will not we will hold back each and every single time and moment when you see that there are certain acts or moves that are going to be enacted against our freedoms as various online content creators and as journalists. This is what we stand for. We stand for media freedoms. I really find it to be very unfortunate when we say then, because something has happened to you or to members of parliament, let's also come and arm the members of parliament so that we've got laws that then constrict or restrict our freedoms as various as journalists. I find it to be very much unfortunate. We don't think that it helps the situation whereby we then have a whole parliament trying to create laws against freedoms of any media or any journalist, so to say. What should have been done is, because we should know and understand that laws are made by human beings and laws are made for human beings. So as long as you're a member of parliament, you are not going to be creating or advocating for any laws that suits you or a certain political narrative. Most of these laws should suit Zimbabweans at large, because that's how we create laws. Laws are made for us and they're made for human beings. So us as Zimbabweans, if we don't feel that we are also happy with certain laws, we also have a right to push back. And I'm sure that is the whole idea of members of parliament representing us when you're in parliament. And then you also consult with the people. So in as much as we are not happy because of A, B, and C, I don't think that is the best way for us to then guarantee a law, especially a law that then comes and says, if you are a journalist and you've done this and that, we are going to be having these laws against you. Last but not least, so that I also give others an opportunity to respond, I find this to be very much unfair, where we have had too many times to say, you cannot be speaking ill about X, Y, Z, or even Zimbabwe, and then you don't come back home. That's serious intimidation that needs to be challenged there. I strongly feel that so long as a media practitioner or a journalist gets his story right, gets his facts right, ill or not ill, that is our job. We have a constitutional mandate to inform Zimbabweans. If it does not sit well with you, let's look into the context of the story. Don't look at the messenger. Let's look at the message itself. So if, for example, I'm trying by all means not to bring in Hopewell. I'm trying by all means. So if, for example, any other journalist says that we do not have a cancer treatment machine in Zimbabwe, we don't wake up tomorrow in parliament and say, let's see how best we're going to close them outside. No, we say you have been lying. We have got 4 cancer machines in Zimbabwe. Journalists are going to be calling you for a tour. This is a cancer machine that we've got here in Parenyatwa. This is another cancer machine that we've got here at this hospital. And then we know that surely a certain journalist has lied, and we also take him to task. I don't find this to be noble to say, you have been speaking ill of Zimbabwe, we are not going to be coming back, or you are going to be stay stuck in France and all those issues. I find this to be very retrogressive, it's very archaic, and it's anti-progressive for any independent country to be doing that, because that's not what a normal nation can be run like that. So thank you. I had to respond to that.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who wants to respond to that?
Just a brief one. The Honourable MP is within his rights to complain. He's aggrieved. But that's sort of a complaint because obviously that story was published within a particular platform. He should take his complaint to the publication concerned. There are remedial actions within the publication. Either they can retract if it is false, you can go the legal route, you can go the route of other remedies, like you mentioned, the voluntary media associations, all the time. Editors, journalists, they are forced to correct stories when they get them wrong, because those who have been on the receiving end or affected, they have a right to come and seek remedial action. So the idea is not to throw out the baby with bathwater because you've been wronged by one journalist. So everyone is responsible for that. Obviously, that cannot be a correct way of looking at it. Seek remedial action from the concerned platform and the journalists there. Further, when you say journalists want more and more freedoms, yes, of course. Why should we want less and less? We want more and more freedoms. But you cannot then say we should be restricted or limited because somebody wrote about you in a negative way. That cannot be the right way to correct that. When it comes to patriotism, patriotic bill, well, really, that must be rejected. You see, the thinking that you must enforce patriotism must be totally rejected. You have no right at all to tell anyone to be patriotic. Because by so doing, you are already becoming self-righteous. You are standing on a pedestal as a person who is, because an MP or a president or whatever authority, you think you have a right to tell others that they are not patriotic. We find leaders unpatriotic where we sit. When you steal, when you kill citizens, when you abuse public resources, it's worse than being unpatriotic. It's criminal and it must be exposed. And such people must be jailed, actually. This is how we see it from where we sit. People who abuse citizens, their resources, they are the ones who are far more unpatriotic than a journalist who gets a story wrong. Because most of the time, journalists get this story wrong, trying to do the correct thing. But you cannot tell us that when you kill people, when you steal public resources, you were doing so trying to do the right thing. So we have our own way of interpreting society. We understand where you are coming from, but unfortunately it doesn't really help to try to say we're coming with a law to enforce patriotism. As who? You are enforcing patriotism as who? Are you the only citizen of Zimbabwe? Everyone is a citizen. People, when they are served and led properly, they naturally become patriotic. If you hear people speaking ill about you from foreign lands, you must not blame them. You must ask the question, what has happened for them to be like that? The last part of it is on ethics. You are right in saying that journalists, by implication, that's what you're also saying, that journalists must be truthful, there's no context about that. So insist on that all the time. When journalists get it wrong, we welcome that, but we do not welcome people who try to tell us that we are not patriotic, we are this and that, as if the country belongs, it's your farm. It's not your farm, Zimbabwe. It's everyone's country. All of us have a right to speak out, to express ourselves the way we see better, as long as I'm not infringing your rights. Thank you.
Okay, just hold on. We have one more response.
I just wanted to say shortly that, Honorable, the moment you are in public office, the public somehow has the right to question certain things because you are accountable for some of the funds, well, for the funds. I can question the MP in my constituency if I realize that funds are coming through but he's not doing anything, but I realize he's getting wealthy. But now, we understand where you're coming from to say we have to be ethical about the way we report. I cannot from nowhere without evidence come and accuse you of getting your house through corruption unless I have facts to prove it. But the moment you are in a public office, we have the right, the public has the right to question, to say, how did you acquire that? Is it not through our funds? But we have to be ethical about it. And I think, like Dumisani said, the same way you don't want us reporting falsely about you is the same way you don't want to be told how to report so that it sounds patriotic.
Thank you very much for that. I know there are hands, but unfortunately the organizers are saying we've run out of time. We will have another opportunity right at the end for us to ask more questions. So thank you very much to the panel.
Thank you so much, Lynette and team. Okay, Honorable. May we allocate time to the plenary later on? Okay, at 3:20 p.m. this afternoon, we will have an open plenary session where we can answer all the burning questions and get all of the responses. I hope that you will stay with us until that hour. In the interest of time and moving along, we'll go into our next panel discussion that will take us into lunch. So it's titled Children's Rights to Education in the Digital Age, and this will be taken by Edith Utete. May you please come forward and please invite your panelists. Thank you.
Good day, everybody. Very interesting discussions here. I'd like to introduce the next panel, which is on children's rights to education in the digital age, considering that children are very active participants in the online community. And one of the rights that we saw with the COVID pandemic, one of the rights that was infringed was the right to education. So in this discussion, we have a panel of speakers who include the legal sector, the education sector, and we've got educators and people who are also in the digital spaces. I would like to invite to the floor Sureya Isof, Tsingirai Marufu, Taunga Nandoro, and Nyunyai Machiwenyika. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. If we could start with brief introductions on who you are and where you're coming from, what you do.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sureya Isof. I'm an online educator. I'm an educator by profession. I'm also an industrial psychologist. I'm the founder of Kites for Peace Zimbabwe, and the co-founder of the Zimbabwe Cares Network, which is a charity network. I've been a teacher. I have a postgraduate in education, and I have been teaching online for almost 2 years now. And yeah, we've also been involved in various community projects trying to digitalize low-income schools in low-income communities. That's through the Kites for Peace and the Zimbabwe Cares Network.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Taunga Nandoro. I'm the Director of Communications and Advocacy in the Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education of Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nyunyai Machiwenyika. I am the founder of Springer Publishing. Springer Publishing is a publishing house and an edtech. We got into the space of education about 6 years ago, and we decided not to be narrow-minded about publishing, and we've decided to drift away from the traditional way of publishing. We just don't do textbooks as a product, but we also do digital content as a service. So I'm here today because I'm very passionate about education. I'm very passionate about technology and integrating it into the education sector. I'm also very passionate about growth mindsets and the 21st century learning, lifelong learning that is required of our children. So I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tsungirai Marufu. I'm a legal practitioner practicing with Marufu attorneys at law. I'm passionate about children and digital rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll just dive straight into it. I'll start with you, Surya. In what specific ways has technology worked well within the industry, the education industry?
So like you said from the onset, I think COVID really turned the whole pandemic really turned everything on its head. We tend to focus on how it's affected our work life, but we've always anticipated that technology was going to have a great impact in our children's future. What we didn't foresee was how that was going to be accelerated. And I think the pandemic really accelerated that. So of course, at first, I think parents and teachers were actually more hesitant to embrace this kind of thing. So if you look at it from different levels, obviously those with means could afford, the technologies where they have laptops at home and they have access to Wi-Fi. But even on the levels where children were having lessons via WhatsApp. So all you needed was a basic smartphone with data, with Wi-Fi access, and children were accessing education this way. So I think definitely it's accelerated it. You think, okay, maybe 10 years down the line, our children are never going to be using pens and papers. That was what we were foreseeing. But now that this has been accelerated, we're finding it more integrated into schooling. Certainly the world over, it has become more acceptable and has become more of the norm. But I think even here for people who have less access, I think they're really feeling the lack of it is no longer acceptable. So it's no longer acceptable that a school does not have an IT department. It's no longer acceptable that our children don't have access to these things. And yes, I mean, we are very behind, in our rural schools, in our high density schools, it was seen as a very fancy addition to have an IT department, with electricity struggles and access to the internet. These were seen as luxuries. Schools that had it were seen as blessed or privileged. But I think increasingly, within the next year or two, to not have this kind of included in our education and actually be educating our teachers and our students in that, we will really be doing a disservice. So this has now become, digital literacy has now become a prerequisite for our children, because certainly by the time they reach tertiary level, they should already be well-versed in using technology to learn and certainly entering the workforce. So we need to start this from the earliest age. And this is something that now the education sector now has to look at seriously. We're no longer only looking at maths, English, and science. We're now looking at literacy is now extending into the digital. And yes, the pandemic has certainly made this more apparent.
Thank you so much. You're talking about, the disruptions that were caused by the pandemic, and we saw a lot of children going without schooling and education during that time. In light of those lessons that we've learned since 2020, Taungana, if you can take this, what has been done so far to advance the children's right to education in the digital age?
Thanks, Edith. When COVID visited us in 2020 March, and we had to close schools for almost 7 months, which is the longest period that we have closed schools since the liberation struggle. There were a lot of unintended consequences that happened, that were caused by COVID. And we had to come up with strategies to ensure that learning continues and education does not wait. And the best strategy that we came up with was the embracing of online and digital learning. The online and digital learning meant that our learners would continue to learn even when they are at home or at their homesteads or even in isolation. It meant that we had to invest a lot more in the availability of infrastructure and connectivity for online and digital learning to continue. So what we have been doing, not only as the Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education, but as the whole of government, is that we have been working as the whole of government with various other ministries to create the backbone for the continuity of learning through provision of the infrastructure. Because if we're looking at perhaps rural and remote areas, there's no, in some of them, in some instances, they won't have any electricity, they won't even have connectivity. So working together with the Ministry of Energy and Power Development, we're making sure that there's electricity, solar farms, which these are critical backbone issues that we need to address first before we talk of the learning. Then we're also talking of connectivity, where we are working with the Ministry of ICT, Postal and Courier Services, which has also been providing connectivity to those areas where there is power. And then when that infrastructure is there and that backbone is there, we as the Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education have then come in with the content for education to continue. We have also not only done online WhatsApp or Google platform or Zoom lessons or Google lessons, but we have also had radio lessons, which are currently ongoing as I'm speaking. We also have a number of television lessons. So we are basically embracing the technologies to ensure that learning continues, education continues, and we don't have to wait for any other disaster to disrupt the learning of our children. Thank you.
Just to follow up on that, how effective have these strategies been in place? We've seen, yes, how you've resorted to the traditional means, the television and the radio, as well as the new technologies, but how effective has that been in covering the gap, considering that when you look at the majority of the school children, they were still falling behind?
Yes, we obviously experienced quite a number of challenges when we began in 2020, and because it was almost like it's a new concept. Everybody is used to the face-to-face interface, face-to-face teaching and learning in the classroom. So we had to embrace the strategies of online and digital learning, and we stumbled a bit at first, but we had to continue. And the challenges that we had in 2020 was shown by the drop in our pass rate, whether across the board. But going forward, as we had adjusted to the new reality that online and digital learning is there and it can assist, it has become so effective that our pass rate for 2021 has actually increased. And it has increased in spite of the lockdowns, the COVID-19 induced lockdowns that have forced schools to close. So we have continued carrying out teaching and learning, and our pass rates have even increased. And going forward, we envisage a situation where we may even have virtual schools, where a school may even be registered by the Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education as a virtual school, and we'll only be using technology to have those lessons and teaching and learning going on. So basically, I would say it has been very effective. There have been quite a number of challenges. Schools that had resources managed to bridge the gap or to catch up on lost time. And then schools that did not have resources have then had to now start to prioritize online and digital learning so that they also catch up. So it's still work in progress, but the results are looking beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We applaud the steps that have been taken. And it's interesting that you should talk about registration of virtual schools, considering that they're already in force. A lot of people are already operating virtually, so it will be interesting to know more about that. I'll move on to Nyunyai. Are there any specific ways? I love what you are doing with your publishing house and how you are bridging a gap which most, of our children who are more inclined to go to digital sources for information and for research and education. Are there any specific ways that you can tell us of how you have advanced for change in ensuring the digital rights of children in the area of education? If you could, there's one.
Thank you for that. Yes, as being a publishing, like I said earlier on, we have decided not to be narrow-minded about publishing, and we've drifted away from the traditional way of publishing. And I'm glad he mentioned that they opened up the education space to online learning in 2020. But as a publishing house in 2018, we were ready to bring forward a solution. And this was not in response to the pandemic, but it was just in response to where the world is going, where technology is really just taking over and education was being left behind. But following the opening of the education sector in Zimbabwe in 2020 to online learning, what we have done is that we did also then approach the ministry the second time now. 2018, we did approach them. They were not yet ready for it. In 2020, we then approached them, in 2021 actually, and he said, I think they had put in some investments as a ministry, and they were now able to accept our proposal and to evaluate what we're doing. What we've done so far as a publishing house is that we've got a mobile application that she mentioned that the gadgets everywhere. Mobile networks tell you about penetration of connectivity that has just grown so much in the country. So we then took the mobile phone, which is what almost every Zimbabwean has. And we then, working in partnership with a application developer, we developed digital content that is in line with the curriculum. So, and our advantage as a publishing house is that already we produce school textbooks in line with the curriculum, and which have to be approved by the ministry for use in schools. So we then took that content and then we then developed it into digital content, again speaking to the curriculum, and we then put it on a mobile platform. So we've got an application that's called NitraZim. I don't know if you've heard about it, but it's an application that is already now used in schools. We approached the ministry, we went through the paces of evaluation, and then they approved use of the application in schools. So, so that is our first step as a publishing house and as an EdTech to get our children access to the right content that they need to be accessing for them to be able to sit our exams and for them to have lifelong learning process. We don't intend to end there. Like I said, we are an EdTech, so we are focused on creating more platforms, creating more digital content. Right now, we're actually even looking at creating digital content to also cater for some forms of disabilities, where NitraZim is based on augmented reality, so you get to watch videos, you get to get your content in 3D format, explaining what you would have read in your textbook. So it's an application that is uploaded into your textbook. I mean, just for me to explain how it works. It's in your textbook, you scan certain pages within your textbook, and when you scan it, the textbook comes alive. You get to see what's in the textbook on your phone. So that's what it does, and all you need is a phone, the textbook, and internet connectivity. But we know that that application does not address the issue of inclusivity in terms of disabilities in some other learners. So right now we're in the process of saying what else can we do to be able to give, for example, people who've got poor eyesight. The video might be very captivating and very informative to a learner who can learn by visuals, but there's a learner who will not still be able to see properly. So we are now looking at developing digital content for audio. So it's going to be developed in such a way that that learner who's not able to see is able to grasp exactly what the learner who learns by visuals is able to grasp. So we're just trying to look at how best can we bring digital content to our learners, and we're trying to make that we approach it in a way that is accessible and affordable even to the remotest of areas, because we believe, and I think that's the way the world is going, digital learning is now, like you said earlier, the next pen and paper is the next language. We personally, we as a publishing house, we also then just believe that subjects like your ICT in school should be given equal prominence, like your maths, your English, and your ICT. Those three main subjects should be featured on a daily basis in class, and they should be given ample time in class, because that is where the world has to go to. And at a certain point in time, pen and paper has to be dropped. Children should be learning directly from gadgets and technology every time.
Wow, you left me with a lot to think about. Getting rid of pen and paper? Some of us are learners who are into pen and paper, so we won't be able to thrive there. But I love the inclusivity regarding those with learning disabilities by using augmented realities. How ready are we as a country for that sort of thing? Because one of the things that I've seen is we are just starting to get used to the idea of doing anything online. Least of all, learning via augmented reality. How ready are we? Have you been able to find that out at all?
So following approval by the government last year for us to be able to roll this out into schools, as soon as COVID allowed us, we ran campaigns around the country, and we had teams going around the country advertising Nutrizim and just trying to get adoption of the application in schools. We went to rural schools, and when we went there, we were a bit reserved about whether it will be accepted or whether they have got infrastructure. And we're pleasantly surprised that in some schools, in some rural schools, you'll find that there's very good Wi-Fi and very fast connectivity. So in such schools, we were able to sell the idea and to download the application for the schools, and we left them using it. In terms of how ready we are, Edith, I think as a country, honestly speaking, in terms of mindset, we are very, very far. We are very far from appreciating that technology has to be in class. We are accepting technology in the industries, in business, in everywhere else, but we are not yet there where we've got to understand that technology is the next real thing in class. So infrastructure, I think he said that, and they're doing something, the ministry doing something. I know there are programs with other organizations like UNICEF. They're working together with the government to try and kit schools and build a lot of infrastructure in the country. I understand there's also an organization that's going around putting like solar farms or energy and internet connectivity in. That's their drive. So I think there are steps that are being taken by different stakeholders, which is what really needs to be done now. But in terms of embracing EdTech as the next thing, and the fact that we are very, I don't know how to stress this, but we are extremely behind, extremely behind. This needs to be a focus area for the whole nation. The Minister of Education is doing what I believe what they can, but I still believe that there's a lot more that they need to do to get the nation moving forward. There are places within the country that have got no connectivity to this date, and when you talk to mobile network service providers, they tell you that it's not economically viable for them to put connectivity there. And you can't blame them. They are there to make profit. But I believe the government is able to then, they've got a fund that will allow them to put connectivity in those places for a social cause. We have a strong social cause to have every corner of the country with connectivity, so that every child is able to access technology and access learning content that then allows them to work in the next, in the future of the country. Otherwise, we are creating very good grounds for continued poverty in the country. And I get very, very passionate when I talk about this, but I believe that there is a lot that we need to do, and a lot of stakeholders, not just educationists, but not just the ministry, but even the industry. CZI has to be a part of what we need to do as a country to get our learners future fit.
Thank you. You want to chime in?
Yes, I wanted to chime in. That was so excellently put. I think I'm just going to support what you said. But when you spoke about disabilities, I think that this new frontier is actually increasing the mindset that you spoke about. We are so ready, but what we might not realize is that the community, disabilities, we haven't even considered them in the equation. We're talking about normal children with normal abilities, and kind of their disability is their lack of connectivity. When we consider children with actual disabilities, not only physical disabilities, visual, hearing impaired, children with limited mobile disabilities, and also learning disabilities. The digital world is a whole new frontier for them. So not only are we able now to access all children, but we're now able to access all children of all abilities. So now in terms of inclusivity, absolutely we are ready in terms of mindset, and we have been waiting for this. If you speak to all of these organizations that are fighting for inclusivity and rights of children, that's where it starts. It's more than just wheelchair ramps now. Does every place have a wheelchair ramp? Are we providing education that is now including all children of all abilities, and absolutely very much an opportunity that we can exploit, while we are trying to get the resources and get everybody connected and on the same page. That is an essential thing that we can already include from the onset. It's not like something we have to do and then think about, let's talk about disability rights later. It's something that can all be done at the same time. So absolutely from that side, I think we're very ready. That was such a great point.
Thank you for that insight, Zrea. Which brings me to the next question for Tsungi. We are talking about making digital platforms accessible to children, not just children, all children. And like Surya is saying, even the ones with the disabilities and the ones who cannot access the kind of things that Nyunya was referring to in terms of augmented reality. Tsungi, you as a legal practitioner, what challenges do you see being faced by children in accessing education in the digital age?
Thank you for that, Edith. I think there's still a huge gap between a digital divide between those that are able to access education and those that can't. Because when you look at rural school children, most of them, they can't access digital education because there is limited or no access to internet at all. The high cost of internet, even when it's available. And you find that even though the government has made interventions in terms of provisions of online education in the form of radio and television lessons. Some rural children still do not have access to those basic gadgets, such as radios. So I think there's still quite a huge gap, and a lot still needs to be done.
Do we have any laws that I think my battery is gone. Okay. Do we have any laws that currently in place to assist children access this prevalent right to education? Do we have anything that's supporting that?
Currently, there are no any laws, or rather, our education laws have not been aligned in line with the technological advancement that are taking place, such that when COVID hit in 2020, it really hit us so hard because we're completely unprepared as a nation. Unlike other countries such as Namibia, that had already made strides in terms of adopting online education. For us, it was quite a huge blow, and I think there's need for policymakers to look into that.
Yeah, and one area for me personally of concern is that our unpreparedness also opened up a Pandora's box where children are able to access, thank you to the ministry for the steps that you took, but there were things to do with safety, child online safety and security that were not addressed, and anyone can take this one. How, as a country, are we ensuring that while we getting that balance right to ensure access and affordability, accessibility, what about the child safety online? How are we going to be taking care of that? Yeah, you can.
Okay. Before I answer you, I was going to just add something on what you said about educational policies in line with technology. I think one thing that we also need to see, and this is me talking from experience when I talked about rolling out the application that we had. You'd get to a school where you'd try to explain, and you'd be at pains to explain the application that you have and the benefits to the children, and then you'll find that sometimes even the teachers themselves, they've got no clue what you're talking about. There's that gap in terms of digital literacy within the teachers. So even if us as digital content developers and as try to bring this solution to the learners, if the teachers have not been trained in their teacher training schools how to integrate technology and pedagogy, they are not able to, they will not use the tool. So yes, you can go there and market it, and the children are able to experience Nitrazim right there, and they're all in awe of it. But the teacher who's going to remain leading the learning and the teaching has got no idea, he has got no digital literacy of any form in them. You are guaranteed that there will be no, it will just end there. So I think that is one thing. I think that also just needs to be done there in the teacher training schools. We need to now get a curriculum that integrates technology and pedagogy, and teachers come out of training schools already embracing technology. I also think that there's also need to, technology continues to advance. We should also have programs that allow teachers to be continually trained on new technologies, refresher courses and all that, so that they remain ahead of the children, because these digital natives that we have as children in class, they are very advanced. And if the teacher is slack, they will not be able to educate them the way they're supposed to educate. Talking about child safety, I'm just going to talk again about the digital content. So when we open our children to technology and use of internet, yes, there's that danger that they end up on platforms that we don't want them to be on. They end up accessing information that they don't want to access. And now I'm speaking about digital content developers within the country. We are digital content developers as a publishing house, and like I said earlier, we've got an advantage that we already understand how to develop content that speaks the curriculum of Zimbabwe, and I believe that we've got other content developers who would be able to do it the way the government wants if they want to do digital content development. The challenge that we have as digital content developers is that we've got no exits to that service. We don't have a way of monetizing it. So as long as there is no way of content developers being able to monetize digital content that is relevant to our children, that keeps them on platforms that we want our children to access, there will be no digital content development for Zimbabwe. And we're going to rely on open educational resources, and we're going to rely on our children just doing searches on the internet and continue opening them up to platforms that we don't want them to be able to access. So I believe policies should be put in place by the country so that digital content is developed for the country, for our children, specific to our children, and content developers are able to see how they can monetize it and do it as core business. We are doing it as a publishing house, but it's not the core business. The core business has to remain publishing the product, the textbook, because we know where to get profit out of that textbook, because government supports educational resources in textbooks. Government has not yet shown how they can support digital content. So that safety of our children, when we open them technology, we always have that risk if we've got no line that we can direct our children to that is governed by the government.
Thank you so much for that. It appears we've run out of time, but I'll take questions from the floor. Yes, sir, and then we'll have another question there. Okay, so we'll start with the gentleman at the end, the lady here, and then the lady over there.
Thank you very much for all the presentations. They were excellent. I have questions for Mr. Tongana, the Education Director. You said there's an improvement in the pass rate. Are you aware that 60 kilometers from Bulawayo is a place called Chapo? There is no electricity, there is no network. And people there, they are accessing their satellite dishes from South Africa, and they know nothing about Zimbabwe, mostly. And also a few kilometers from Cholocho, in an area called Pidi and Tinyane, there's no electricity. There is not even internet. We cannot even talk of internet. I don't know how those kids are also rated in your pass rates. And also, there's only one recently that was the base station that was put in Nope, Mano, Mahlambuzi. Those guys were accessing Mascom and Orange network from Botswana. Are you also including them in your pass rates, or you just include the children in town? Because even in town, there are children in town, in Bulawayo, in Harare, in Gweru, who are not even accessing internet because of the costs of internet. And lots of those children's parents are out of employment. I don't know how they get, or how you are doing as Minister of Education to help those kids in town that are not able to access that internet. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. What I can assure you is that the government, in particular the Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education, is gripped with that reality that there are certain remote and rural areas, not only in Bulawayo and surrounding areas or Matebeleland, even in Rushinga, Mzarabani, Mudzi, where connectivity is an issue. This is where I was saying that as government, we have been working towards providing backbone throughout the entire nation. And when we're talking of the backbone, we're talking of the electricity, for instance, the solar farms, the connectivity itself, the base stations, as my other panelist was talking about. These are the this is the infrastructure that we need first for us to then continue with the education within those rural and remote areas under whatever disaster that may affect us. It may be a cyclone, it may be COVID, it may be something else, it may even be a drought that will make sure that the learner is not able to go to school because they are too hungry, but they should be able to continue learning. So we are putting these in place. We have done a lot of strides. We are not yet there. I wouldn't be here saying we're celebrating that we have connected the whole of Zimbabwe. No, that will be a misrepresentation. But we are making strides towards that. And these strides are also shown in the pass rates. Our pass rates have not only picked up, they've picked up over the last 2 years, from 2020 when they dipped, and then in 2021 they're going up. As we go towards 2030, which is our national vision, we envisage that by that time, perhaps the entire nation will be fully connected, and education will be able to reach even the very remotest areas of our nation, and we will be able to achieve Vision 2030 as promulgated by His Excellency. What we are saying also in terms of pass rate is that when we say our pass rate has increased, it does not mean that everyone is passed. There are still others who are still lagging behind. And our focus and priority is on those areas, in those schools, and those learners where they're still lagging behind. Thank you so much for the ones that you highlighted, but there are pockets within the country, and it is the duty of the ministry, the duty of our minister, our permanent secretary, to ensure that we have an absolute no tolerance to any zero pass rate within the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The lady at the front. If we could keep our questions short, we're really running behind time, please.
For me, education is supposed to be empowering. I am here because I received some form of education. I don't go to bed hungry because I have education. You see, it distinguishes me from a person with disability who have never been to school or who has denied the access to education. So for me, I am talking about this digital education. To me, it is building in equality. They have it and they have not. And then we look at children with disabilities, the most marginalized children in education. We are leaving them behind because basically we are not looking at their needs. Like online education, me being deaf. Remember I told you I have a 9-year-old son. So last year we have locked down. My son was 8. So he tells me, yes, a WhatsApp lesson. Yes, I could give him the lesson. Then after a month, he tells me, I am like, what up listen there and not listen? I want to see the teacher. Children, they want to bond with the teacher. The ECD children, the young children, they want to bond with the teacher. Build some form of relationship with the teacher. Hear the teacher's voice, not just a nameless voice they are hearing from radio, or a nameless face that comes from WhatsApp. He will ask, does this teacher listen? I must write this. Teacher, what do I live? Partner relationship, partner bonding. So basically, they are not learning because according to them, can you see what about CV? Oh, now we want because we not want and put up. So how then do we the gap? How then do we close them? Then for the published, I have a question. We are developing an app that is good, impressive, but I want to understand this app. Is it disability friendly? Can it be accessible in Braille? Can we access that app in sign language? Do you actually know how to sign yourself? Because if we say I am developing something in sign language, but then you can sign, so basically we are going to develop it wrong. how are you going to ensure that you have the correct language for that app? Because we want to have something that is effective, not simply having something that is not there but not practical, inclusive. So how are you going to bridge that gap again? Then I'm going to talk about your content, the content you put in books. Sometimes you need to look at the content and the age of the children who are going to use those books. So last year, my son comes to me and says, Mama, do I need to be tested? I am at a law school. Tested for what? Then he tells me, my book, my science book tells me, if you have had sickness, you must get tested for HIV. So I want to be tested. I am like, if you have sickness, then he says, what is sickness? No, I am not an ECD, but I have to explain to him what is sickness. Simply because you put content there. That makes him just start to think, if I tell him sickness is so and so and so, next time he will say, can you try it? How am I going to answer that? Simply because the content in the book is not appropriate for the age of the children. You are child damaging the children because you are told something. You want to experiment. Yes, that is what kids do. They experiment something because it is there in the book. Then I have a problem again with the language that you use in this book. You are all disempowering children with disabilities. One, then you are encouraging bullying in schools because you write a word like both. Mati for me. I am deaf. I don't know if you call me Mati, but I am not Mati. I call myself deaf. But in that because you use these words, disempowering other children with such a how does that make the child feel? Simply because of the content. Then when I was saying, I can't go to school because I get bullied because of my disability. But then sure now we say, we never know tomorrow. We can wake up with that same disability. Then how will we feel if someone starts calling you the same thing? So I think food for thought.
Thank you so much. I think, Nyunyai, the bulk of the questions were towards you, the issue of how you're bridging the gap for all children, the kind of language and content that is in the books. Do you review those to make sure that the language is appropriate? And also how we can protect children who have disabilities from bullying and other vices?
Okay, thank you very much for that. And look, I felt the passion in you as you were asking your question. So in terms of the mobile application that I took up, that's already out there, Nitrazim. It's already out there and it's already being used by learners. So when we're developing this application, we looked at the 4 learning styles that children have. Some children learn by visual, some learn by auditory, their hearing, some learn by reading, and some by kinetics. They want to be involved, those are the kinetics, they want to be involved in whatever they're doing for them to retain. Some have to see, and some want to read. So if you look at our videos that are on the Nitrazim application, so it's very graphical, it's 3D, high definition, it appeals to the child who learns by visuals. We have on-screen text, as the video is playing, we have on-screen text, so the child who has to see and read is being addressed. And then in some instances where you have a child who's kinetic, we've got the video actually encourages the child to do activities. In terms of our videos, if you get to see them on the application, they are about 2 to 3 minutes long, because we also understand the issue of the cost of data. So in this country, it's quite expensive. We actually tried to get on board in partnership with Econet when we did this application, and we wanted Econet to zero rate the application so that the child does not bear the cost of watching the video. We tried with Econet. I think we had a 3-month contract, and we worked back and forth with Econet until Econet said they can't do it. So again, in trying to bridge the gap and trying to be inclusive, we looked at the issues of the different child learning styles. We looked at the costs, and in terms again of those children who don't have connectivity within their internet connectivity within their communities, we're also developing applications that can work offline. So schools have to purchase this as an offline application, which are then put within the school service. Unfortunately for that, now you can't access it when you're not within the school system. You have to be within the school. Then she also asked about the content within the textbooks. So the content within the textbooks that we put in there is driven by the Ministry of Education. They've got a curriculum that we write to as publishing houses. So they give you the content and you have to follow the objectives of the syllabus. It is now up to years. She talked about sensitive words that are then used in the textbooks. The publisher now has to now be able to discern that and to be able to write it in such a way that it does not become statements that then are used to mock other children, like with disabilities. But unfortunately, some of these things have to be talked about. She was talking about STDs. As part of education, that's sexual education, our children have to learn about that. But I think it's about how it is written by the publisher, looking at the age group that they are talking to. So as publishers, it is our responsibility to say, look, this book is being written for a 12-year-old. And what we want to bring out is, this is the objective of the syllabus. But this child, what are they supposed to know at this age and what are they not supposed to know? How best can we do it so that they don't end up experimenting, like she's saying, when they're not supposed to be experimenting? So when that happens, it then means as publishers, we would have failed if we write content in such a way that it becomes too big for a child and they can't even explain themselves. But the beauty about augmented reality is that there are concepts that even if you try to explain in a textbook, for example, if you want to try and explain maybe how the heart works in a textbook, the teacher might even try to draw it, but it is not enough. Augmented reality is then able to then bring that out more in a visual way. So where teachers or publishers are not able to explain properly without damaging the child, augmented reality videos should be able to then bridge that gap and address some of the issues.
Thank you so much. I think that's my prompt to end here. If you've got any last words, half a minute for each of you. Last words.
Yes, I would really like to talk to the Minister of Education. What I would like to see personally, as a progressive nation who understand the impact of technology, is to see a proper digital transformation path that the ministry is driving, so that we catch up with our peers. A lot is happening within Africa in terms of catching up with EdTech. And unfortunately, I know we're talking about it in Zimbabwe, and I know that things are happening. I know right now you're in the midst of a curriculum review, but I just seem to think that there's not enough that is being done as a transformation path for what we need to be doing for this era, and to make sure that the future Zimbabwe is able to be productive and economically viable, based on what we are teaching the children today. So I really look forward to a proper, maybe a forum that is ongoing as the Minister of Education is trying to transform and get into this new learning technique that the whole world is so engulfed with. Even countries like America, who are advanced, they also still are running and doing so much to try and make sure that they get their learners future fit. I think we're not doing enough, and there's much more that the ministry needs to put in place.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Edith. Thanks. Well, what I can assure you is that the Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education has wholly embraced online and digital learning as we go forward, in order that we provide relevant, quality, inclusive, and wholesome education for all Zimbabweans. As a matter of fact, we're actually a step ahead, because as Zimbabweans, we have got the best education system in the whole on the whole continent. We're on #1. So this embracing this digital system is just a walk in the park for us. What we're doing now is reviewing a curriculum so that we transform all the skills that we learn in both primary and secondary education, and then we build this nation together. Thank you.
I think the summary was, my question would have been directed the same way, and covered that. I just wanted to add, just to remind that as we are embracing this, is that inclusivity, not only of disabilities, children with disabilities, but also different learning styles, and also soft skills. So we're not only teaching hard skills, but we're also including soft skills in this. Again, this is another way that the world is progressing. So now is the opportunity, while we're at the precipice of introducing this, and while we're developing this, is to include all of those things. And if we do it correctly from the onset, there will be no need for kind of updates and additions later on. If it's all included from now, we're already introducing something that is already updated and current in following world trends.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just as a last word, I would like to lobby our policymakers to at least harmonize our laws with the technological advancement that are taking place. And just so that as we embrace online education, we also consider child online safety. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our panelists. I know there were some questions that we didn't manage to tackle. Hopefully during the lunch break and the other session in the afternoon, we'll be able to do that. But as we have seen, there's a lot that has to be said and done regarding the inclusivity of children in the digital age as they access their right to education. Thank you so much to our participants, and thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Edith and Tim. So we've come to the end of the first half of our program. I think we all deserve a round of applause. It's been a very interesting morning. We've eaten so much time into our lunch hour, so we only have about 30 minutes. So lunch is served on the patio. We could quickly head out, have our lunch, and come back in time for the afternoon sessions, which will start at exactly 2 p.m. Please ensure that you have a lunch ticket. If you don't have, please see Towekile over here. If you check your email, you'll see that we have deployed an evaluation form. Please spare a few minutes to fill it in. Lunch is served. Thank you very much.
you.